Imagine the Wild West, not the one from dime novels or saloon stories, but the real West, vast and merciless, a land carved by wind and time, where the sun doesn't just set, it sinks like a wounded animal, bleeding light across a landscape older than memory. The horizon blazed with fire orange and bruised purple, stretching over jagged hills, bone-dry plains, and desert trails etched by hooves and wagon wheels long since gone. The air smelled of dust, sweat, and sun-baked silence. There were no towns in sight, no fences, just wilderness, raw, sovereign, and terrifyingly alive. James stood still, his boots planted in the brittle dirt. A young farmer from the east, he had once lived by clocks and calendars. Out here, those things meant nothing. Out here, it was the wind that decided when to move, the stars that told you where you were, and the land that chose whether you belonged. Each step he took into the dying light felt like surrender, not to defeat, but to something greater. This wasn't a journey westward anymore. It was a slow erasure of everything soft and familiar. The West didn't care who you were. It didn't remember your name. But if you listened, really listened, it might just accept you. The Wild West wasn't a place on a map. It was a test, a mirror, a question with no answer. And for the first time in his life, James felt small and at peace. This was a place where life moved to its own rhythm, not like in the East, where each day was filled with the sounds of people, the hustle and bustle of cities, the smells of trade. Here, in the West, everything was different. Every sound, from the rustle of the grass beneath his feet to the wind sweeping through the branches of trees, felt significant. These were James's first steps in a world where people became part of the landscape, and nature, harsh yet endlessly beautiful, set the rules. As a newcomer to this land, James didn't yet understand how everything would unfold, but something told him that this was the journey he had been seeking all his life. The road ahead was uncertain, as was everything in this new world. He didn't know what lay beyond the horizon, whether there would be a welcoming settlement waiting for him, or if he would have to camp under the stars once again, but the thought of it all excited him, even as a part of him wondered if he was truly prepared for the challenges ahead. The journey had already proven to be difficult in more ways than one. The weather, unpredictable and fierce, had forced him to seek shelter more times than he cared to count. The cold nights were harsh, and the days, though warm, were filled with the dust of the trail and the constant grind of moving forward. He had learned quickly that the landscape of the West was unforgiving, and that every day brought new tests of endurance and perseverance. There were moments when he had doubted himself, when the weight of the journey seemed almost too much to bear. But there were also moments of quiet wonder, when he had paused to take in the beauty of the land, when the wind had whispered through the grass, and when the vast sky above him seemed to hold all the answers. The West had a way of making a man feel small and insignificant, but it also had a way of making him feel connected to something much larger than himself. In the stillness of the desert, in the vastness of the plains, James found a kind of peace he hadn't known he was searching for. The sound of the wagon wheels against the dusty trail became a steady rhythm, a constant reminder that he was moving forward no matter how slowly. His horses, though weary, kept pulling step by step toward an uncertain future. James glanced up at the sky again, the colors deepening as the sun sank lower. He could see the first stars beginning to appear, tiny pinpricks of light against the darkening canvas above. In that moment, it felt as though the entire universe was watching over him, guiding him along this long and lonely path. The night would come soon, and with it the stillness of the land. He would find a place to camp, settle in for the evening, and prepare for another day on the trail. The challenges of the journey were far from over, but for now James allowed himself a moment of peace. He had made it this far, and that in itself was something to be proud of. The road ahead was long, but with each mile he was closer to finding the life he had come for. As the first stars began to shine in the vast sky, James felt a quiet sense of hope stir within him. He didn't know what awaited him in the west, but for the first time in a long while, he felt that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Chapter 2. At the Crossroads. First steps in the Wild West. James stood at the edge of the dirt road, the wheels of his wagon groaning slightly as they came to a stop. The horses snorted and pawed at the ground, their hooves kicking up small puffs of dust as they rested. He took a deep breath, the air thick and heavy with the promise of something new. The landscape before him was unlike anything he had ever known. It was wide and endless, the horizon stretching far beyond what his eyes could grasp, meeting the sky in a soft, distant curve. The moment he stepped off the wagon, the earth beneath his boots felt solid and unyielding, a stark contrast to the soft green grass he had left behind in the east. The air, dry and still, seemed to cling to his skin in a way that was both strange and invigorating. It had a heaviness to it, as though the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to make his move. The wind, though gentle, carried with it the scent of the prairie, earthy, raw, and unrefined. It was a scent he could never have imagined back home. There was a sharpness to it, a mixture of dried grass and dust, and a faint hint of sagebrush, which he quickly realized would become the signature fragrance of the land. James stood still for a moment, taking it all in. The vastness, the quiet, and the subtle hum of the land made him feel small, but in a way that wasn't intimidating. It was a hum of life, of the earth breathing, the wind moving, the sky stretching endlessly above. It was the sound of freedom, and something inside him stirred with the realization that he had arrived. In the distance, he could see the occasional shape of a mountain range looming on the edge of the horizon. But for now, everything before him was open. The rolling hills, the patches of scattered brush, the occasional lone tree, and the winding trails that seemed to beckon him forward. The landscape was unrefined and raw, but there was a quiet beauty in it, as if the land had been untouched by time. Here, everything was in its natural state, a world where the rhythm of life was dictated not by the hands of men, but by the forces of nature. The wind picked up slightly, tugging at his coat, and James instinctively pulled his hat down, shielding his eyes from the dust that stirred around him. The quiet was overwhelming at first. There were no sounds of chatter, no distant clang of a hammer or murmur of voices. Only the whisper of the wind through the grass and the occasional call of a bird high above. Taking another step, he ventured further into the wilderness. The ground was uneven beneath his feet, the soft earth giving way to patches of hard-packed dirt. It was both unfamiliar and familiar. The same earth that had nourished his crops back home, but in a completely different form. Here it was wild, untouched, and demanding. It was not a place that would give easily, but rather a place that would test his resolve, his patience, and his will. As he walked, he couldn't help but feel the weight of history that seemed to hang in the air. The land had seen so much. The Native American tribes, the explorers, the trappers, the pioneers, all of them had come to this place with hopes, dreams, and struggles. Now it was his turn. He glanced back at the wagon, the familiar sight of his belongings offering him a small comfort. But there was no turning back now. He had left behind everything he knew, and before him lay an uncertain future, a future shaped by the land he stood on. James could feel the land beneath him, the pulse of it, as if it was alive, waiting to see what he would do. The prairie stretched endlessly ahead, and he knew that whatever came next would depend on his next steps. It was a crossroads, both literal and metaphorical. He had reached a turning point in his life, one where the choices he made would shape his destiny. The first few moments in the Wild West felt surreal. His heart raced with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. This was real. This was happening. The weight of everything he had left behind, the life he had known, felt distant now. There was only the land, wide, unforgiving, but full of potential. He exhaled slowly, feeling the dry air fill his lungs. The world felt vast, but with each step it began to feel more like home. And so he took another step forward, the first of many in a new chapter of his life. Chapter 3. Under the Blazing Sun. First encounter with the desert. James had heard the stories, of course. the tales of the unrelenting desert, where the sun beat down without mercy, and the landscape seemed to stretch on endlessly, offering little in return. But nothing could have prepared him for the reality of it. As he drove the wagon forward, he noticed how the land began to change. The lush grasslands, the rolling hills, and scattered trees slowly gave way to something much harsher. The earth beneath his feet turned from soft dirt to dry, cracked ground, with sparse patches of brown shrubs and scattered cacti dotting the horizon. The air, which had once felt warm and dry, now felt oppressive, heavy with heat. It clung to him, suffocating him with every breath. His shirt, soaked through with sweat, clung to his back, and his hat did little to shield him from the blazing sun. The landscape before him was both alien and awe-inspiring, a desert as far as eye could see. The sun hung like a golden ball in the sky, beating down with all its intensity, casting long, harsh shadows on the barren earth. There was no sign of life here, no comforting sounds of birds or rustling leaves, just the endless expanse of dry earth, broken only by the occasional outcrop of rock or the rare silhouette of a cactus standing tall against the horizon. As the sun climbed higher, its rays seemed to grow hotter, and the temperature became unbearable. James could feel the weight of the heat pressing down on him, each step becoming more difficult, each breath more labored. His throat felt dry, his lips cracked from the heat. The horses, too, were beginning to show signs of distress, their steps slow and weary. They snorted and shifted uneasily, their coats covered in a fine layer of dust. James glanced around, searching desperately for some sign of relief, some oasis, a patch of shade. But the desert offered nothing, just more of the same. The ground stretched out before him, endless and unforgiving, with no sign of any water for miles. He felt the familiar pang of panic that comes when faced with the realization that the world around you is both vast and indifferent, and he was but a small speck in it. He had read about the desert, of course. He knew that survival depended on water. But here, standing in the blistering heat, he was beginning to understand just how vital it truly was. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the wind, dry and hot, carried the fine sand, which stung against his skin and got into his eyes. His body ached, each movement slower than the last. The relentless heat seemed to warp the very air, making it shimmer like a mirage on the horizon. The importance of conserving energy became all too clear. There was no rushing here. Every step, every movement had to be deliberate. It wasn't just the heat that wore him down. It was the sheer vastness of the place. The desert felt like it was never going to end, like he could walk forever and never find the end of it. He glanced at his water barrel in the back of the wagon, but it was only half full. The thought of running out of water sent a wave of dread through him. He had planned for this, hadn't he? He had read about rationing, about pacing yourself when crossing the desert. But now that he was in it, now that he was actually experiencing it, the reality felt different. It felt almost too much to bear. The desert didn't offer anything. No comfort, no relief. It simply existed, indifferent to whether or not he would make it through. James could feel the loneliness pressing in on him, the oppressive silence of the land, broken only by the occasional gust of wind. The horses, sensing his discomfort, slowed down, as if they, too, understood the challenge that lay ahead. James stopped the wagon, his hands gripping the reins tightly, and looked out across the desert. There was nothing for miles, just the same barren earth stretching on forever. He had to keep moving. He knew that, but a part of him felt like the desert was pushing back, as if it was testing him, daring him to continue. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand and took a deep breath. The air was hot, the smell of dry earth and sand overwhelming. His skin felt tight, his body heavy with exhaustion. But there was no turning back. The desert was not kind, but it was real, and James had to learn how to survive in it. He urged the horses forward, one slow step at a time, each movement measured and cautious. The landscape might be vast and unforgiving, but James had no choice but to press on. He had to keep moving, keep pushing through, because the only way forward was through the desert. As the sun reached its peak in the sky, the heat grew more intense, and James felt the desert begin to settle around him like a heavy blanket. The wind continued to blow dry sand in every direction, and the land seemed to shimmer with the heat. Yet, through it all, there was something oddly peaceful about the desert, something unspoken, a stillness that settled deep into his bones. The oasis would come, he hoped, but for now, all he could do was endure, one slow step at a time. The desert had shown him its power, its ability to exhaust and to test. But it had also given him a sense of the land's beauty, even in its harshest moments. He was part of it now, and though it would be a struggle, he knew that it was a struggle worth enduring. Chapter 4. A Settlement by the Wayside. First impressions of the village. After what seemed like an eternity under the unrelenting sun, the endless stretch of desert finally began to fade, giving way to something different, something new and unexpected. In the distance, a small cluster of wooden structures appeared on the horizon, their outlines blurred by the heat. At first, James thought they were just another mirage, another trick of the desert. But as he drew closer, the shapes became clearer. There, at the edge of the wilderness, stood a settlement, a place that seemed like an oasis in its own right. The road that led to the village was dusty and worn, the tracks left by previous travelers barely visible in the dry earth. As James entered the settlement, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. The harshness of the desert had drained him, and the sight of a real community, a place where people lived, worked, and built their lives, felt like a welcome change. For the first time in what seemed like days, he could hear the sounds of life, the low murmur of voices, the clatter of tools, the occasional bark of a dog. The village itself was small, nothing like the bustling towns he had heard about. The buildings were simple, constructed from the wood and stone that could be found in the surrounding area. There were no grand structures, no towering buildings or paved streets. Instead, the houses were modest, each one unique, but all of them shared the same basic, humble design. Wooden walls, weathered and worn by time and exposure to the elements, surrounded small yards that were neat but sparse, the ground dry and cracked from the heat. The roofs of the houses were slanted, built to shed the rain that fell only occasionally, but they were sturdy and well maintained, a testament to the resilience of the people who lived here. Some of the homes had small gardens, though the plants struggled against the harsh climate, and the crops seemed to grow slowly, as if they were learning to adapt to the land just as the settlers had. James slowed his horses and steered the wagon toward the center of the village. The people here seemed to move with purpose, but at a steady, unhurried pace. It was a quiet place, the kind of settlement where life seemed to follow the rhythms of nature. No rush, no frenzy, just the quiet hum of everyday existence. The villagers worked in their yards, repairing fences or tending to small gardens. Children played in the dirt roads, their laughter a sweet sound that seemed to blend with the rustling of the leaves in the trees. The air was filled with the smells of wood smoke from chimneys, the faint scent of fresh baked bread, and the earthy aroma of the land. As James approached, he was greeted by the sight of several villagers standing near the center of the settlement. They were older men and women, their weathered faces lined with the marks of time and toil. Their clothes were simple, worn from years of labor, but they wore them with pride. The men wore wide-brimmed hats to shield themselves from the sun, and the women had long dresses that billowed in the breeze, their faces shaded by bonnets. Despite their simplicity, there was a quiet dignity in their presence, a sense that they had carved out a life here, away from the chaos of the world, and had found something of value in their hard work and resilience. One of the older men, his beard streaked with gray, stepped forward and raised a hand in greeting. His voice was deep and steady as he welcomed James to the village. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his eyes twinkling with the warmth of someone who had seen his share of strangers come and go. "You've made it to the right place. This is Oak Hollow, a quiet corner of the West, where we've learned to live off the land and help each other out. You'll find peace here, as long as you're willing to work." James nodded, grateful for the welcome, but still unsure of what to say. He had never encountered such a simple, peaceful way of life. It was so different from the hustle of the East, where everything seemed to move at a breakneck pace. Here, it was as though time moved more slowly, each moment carefully savored, each task completed with care and attention. The older man led James toward a small building where a few other villagers had gathered. It was a general store of sorts, though it didn't look like anything James was used to. The shelves were lined with simple goods: sacks of flour, jars of preserves, dried herbs, and other staples that the people here relied on to get through the long months. There was no luxury, no excess, just the bare essentials. But it was clear that this small settlement, though isolated, had everything it needed. People took what they needed, and then they helped each other with whatever they could offer. Inside the store, James was introduced to the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with a stern yet kind face. She smiled at him as she offered him a seat by the fire. Her name was Martha, and she had been living in Oak Hollow for many years. She told him stories about the village, about the trials and triumphs of the settlers, and how they had learned to live in harmony with the land, even when it seemed unyielding. "Life here is simple," she said, her voice soft but firm. "It's not always easy, but it's honest. We've all had our share of struggles, but we help each other. That's the way it works. You'll see. You're welcome to stay as long as you need, and we'll make sure you find your feet." As James listened, he began to understand the rhythm of this place, the quiet, steady pace of life that didn't need to be rushed. The people here had learned how to survive in the harshness of the West, but they had also learned how to find comfort in simplicity. There was no grand ambition here, no desire to conquer the land, only the quiet determination to live with it, side by side. For the first time since he had left his home, James felt a sense of peace settle over him. The road had been long and exhausting, but now, as he sat in the warmth of the fire and listened to the stories of the villagers, he knew that he had found a place where he could begin again. The West was harsh and unyielding, but it was also full of possibilities, and Oak Hollow, though small, offered the kind of life he had been searching for, a life rooted in hard work, community, and a quiet connection to the land. Chapter 5. New Friends and Old Stories. Meeting the Locals. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned deep violet, James settled near the warmth of a crackling campfire. After a long day of meeting the villagers and learning the rhythm of their lives, he was eager to hear more of their stories. The evening was cool, but the fire's warmth spread through the air, casting dancing shadows on the ground. The scent of pine and wood smoke mingled with the dry, earthy smell of the surrounding desert. The sky above was a vast canvas, filled with stars, far more than James had ever seen in the crowded East. Around the fire sat a small group of settlers, people who had come to the West from all over, seeking a new life, a new beginning. The firelight illuminated their weathered faces, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. There were a few cowboys in the group, men who had lived much of their lives on horseback, rounding up cattle and crossing the plains. James felt a quiet sense of awe as he looked around the fire. These were the people who had made this land their home, who had lived through its harshness and come out the other side with stories to tell. One of the men, a cowboy named Luke, leaned forward, his hands resting on his knees. His face was tanned and weathered, his hands rough from years of working with ropes and reins. His wide-brimmed hat cast a shadow over his face, but his eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. Luke was the kind of man who looked like he had been everywhere, seen everything, and had a story for every occasion. "You're probably wondering what brought us all out here," Luke said, his voice rough but kind. "It's not the kind of life most people dream about. It's a hard life, a lonely life sometimes. But for us, there's nothing else. It's the land, the open sky, and the freedom to do what we know how to do." James nodded, his curiosity piqued. He had always heard stories of the cowboys, the tough, independent men who had helped tame the wild frontier, but hearing it from someone who had lived it was something different entirely. Luke leaned back against the log, his eyes turning toward the fire. "When I was younger, I came out here with my brother," he continued, his voice low as though he were talking to himself more than to the group. "We were just kids, barely old enough to handle a horse, but we were determined. There wasn't much to go back east, and the West promised something new, something real. We worked for a cattle rancher just outside of Cheyenne for a few years, learned the ropes, and the ropes don't just mean tying up cattle. They mean surviving, plain and simple." As the fire crackled, the others listened, some nodding in understanding. James could sense that each of them had their own version of Luke's story, their own journey that had led them to this place. An older woman named Eleanor sat across from him, her face lined with age and hardship. She had a quiet strength about her, a wisdom that came from living through things James couldn't yet comprehend. Her hands, though aged, were strong and steady as she worked on a piece of cloth, sewing it together in the soft light of the fire. She looked up at James with a knowing smile. "Luke's right," Eleanor said softly. "It's a hard life, no doubt about it. But there's something about the land that gets into your bones. Once it does, you can't shake it. You don't want to. The West may take a lot from you, but it gives back in ways that are hard to explain. It's the kind of life that changes you." Her voice was gentle, but James could hear the weight of truth in her words. The others around the fire seemed to agree, and the night settled into a comfortable silence, broken only by the sound of the wind rustling through the trees and the crackle of the fire. Then another voice joined in, a younger man, perhaps in his early 30s, who had been quietly sitting by the fire with his head tilted back, looking up at the stars. His name was Thomas, and he had come to the West in search of new opportunities, though he had not yet found what he was looking for. His story was still unfolding, still taking shape. "Sometimes," Thomas said, his voice quiet, "I think about what it all means. We've all come out here to build something, to make a new life. But at the end of the day, we're still just trying to survive. The West is unforgiving. If you don't have the right skills or the right grit, it'll chew you up and spit you out. But if you do, it'll reward you in ways you never thought possible. The group fell into a thoughtful silence. James had never thought of the West in those terms before. He had always seen it as a place of opportunity, a land of promise, where anyone could start over. But now, sitting by the fire and hearing the stories of the people who had made it their home, he realized how much it had taken from them and how much they had given in return. The one thing we all share out here is the will to keep going, Luke said, breaking the silence with a grin. That and the stories. We all have them. They're what keep us going when things get tough. And so the stories began. Each person shared a bit of their past, a moment from their life that had shaped them, that had brought them to this place. There were tales of wild cattle drives, of narrow escapes from storms, of running into strangers who would become lifelong friends. Stories of heartbreak, of loss, and of moments when the land felt so vast and overwhelming that it seemed like there was no way forward. But the stories didn't end in despair. They always came back to the land, to the lessons it taught, and to the quiet moments of peace that followed after the struggle. They were stories of resilience, of endurance, of learning to live with the land rather than fight against it. James listened intently, absorbing each word, each detail. He could see how these stories had become the fabric of their lives, woven together over time, passed down from one person to the next. The values of the West, hard work, perseverance, and the importance of community, were carried in every tale. It was clear to James that these people, though simple in their ways, held a deep understanding of life that few others could comprehend. As the fire burned low and the stars sparkled above, James felt a quiet sense of belonging. He had come to the West seeking something new, but in these stories, in the shared experiences of these people, he had found a connection, a bond that transcended time and place. The West might be a harsh land, but it was a land of stories, of shared experiences, and of people who had learned how to survive together. The night drifted on, and James knew that these stories, these people, would become a part of his own journey. He had found his place among them, and with each passing day, the West would reveal more of its truths to him. Chapter 6. The Shadow of a Big Tree. The First Struggles of Adaptation. The days had grown shorter, and the once warm sun of the summer months had become a distant memory. Now, as winter's chill crept across the land, the reality of the frontier life hit James and the other settlers with an undeniable force. Oak Hollow, though a small and peaceful village, had its own harshness to contend with. The dry heat of summer had given way to biting cold, and the once blue skies were now often overcast, heavy with the promise of snow. The air had become sharp and crisp, carrying with it a biting wind that cut straight through the layers of clothes they had so carefully prepared for the season. James woke early one morning to the sound of wind howling outside his small cabin, the trees groaning under the pressure of the gusts. He shivered as he stepped out of bed, his breath visible in the cold morning air. His cabin was small but sturdy, built by hand with the help of the villagers, but the heat from the fire never seemed to reach far enough. The walls were thick with the earth's winter chill, and the floor, though covered with a rough rug, was cold to the touch. He pulled on his thick coat and stepped outside into the bitter cold, squinting against the bright, glaring snow. It was the first snowfall of the season, and the ground was covered in a heavy, pristine blanket of white. The trees, now bare of their leaves, stood like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with snow. The sight was beautiful, yes, but it was also a reminder of how unyielding nature could be, how quickly things could change, how fragile their existence had become. The settlement, which had been bustling with activity in the warmer months, now seemed quiet and still. The villagers had become accustomed to the rhythm of the seasons, but the cold still brought with it a certain unease. It wasn't just the cold that made things difficult. It was the isolation. The nearest town was miles away, and supplies weren't easy to come by. The settlers were dependent on what they had grown, hunted, or traded for, and the food they had stored was quickly dwindling. James made his way to the common area, where a few of the other settlers had gathered. They stood near the large hearth, their faces drawn with concern. Martha, the shopkeeper, was there, warming her hands by the fire, her brow furrowed in thought. The conversation had turned to the matter of food, or the lack of it. The harvest had not been as bountiful as they had hoped, and the deer and other game that had once been plentiful were now harder to find. The animals were retreating deeper into the woods, leaving the settlers scrambling to secure enough provisions to last through the winter. "We're going to have to make do with what we've got," said Luke, the cowboy, his voice steady, but filled with a quiet urgency. "There's no telling how long this snow will last, and if it keeps up like this, we might not be able to get out to hunt for weeks." James nodded, feeling the weight of the situation settle over him. They had enough for a while, but he knew it wouldn't last. The idea of relying entirely on what they could grow, hunt, and preserve was daunting, and the thought of being cut off from the world for so long was both unsettling and sobering. The conversation shifted to the importance of rationing, of being careful with every scrap of food they had left. It was a practice that had become second nature to the settlers, but it wasn't always easy. The hunger in their stomachs gnawed at them, and the cold sapped their strength. They all knew that they were at the mercy of nature, and no matter how much they prepared, they couldn't control the weather or the land. As the days passed, the cold deepened. The snow continued to fall, covering everything in a thick layer of white. James found himself spending more and more time inside, staring out the window at the stillness of the world. The outside seemed so far away, so distant, like another world altogether. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and the fire burned low, offering little comfort against the relentless chill. But even in the midst of the struggle, James began to notice something. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. As the days grew colder and the isolation of winter set in, the connection to nature, to the land and its rhythms, became even more profound. The settlers had no choice but to adapt, to become part of the world they had come to. There was no room for pride, no room for pretending that the world would bend to their will. The land, with all its harshness and beauty, had its own pace, and the settlers had to learn to move with it or be left behind. James watched as the villagers worked together, their routines shifting with the seasons. The women baked bread and preserved whatever they could. The men worked on the cabins, making sure they were fortified against the wind and snow. Even the children had a role to play, helping where they could, whether it was by gathering firewood or tending to the animals. It wasn't much, but it was enough to survive. For now, each day, James felt his own connection to the land growing stronger. The simple act of chopping wood for the fire or gathering snow for water became rituals, rituals that tied him to something deeper, something older than himself. He no longer thought of the West as just a place he had come to. It had become his home, its struggles his own. The harsh winter had revealed a truth that he couldn't ignore. Survival here required more than just hard work and determination. It required a kind of surrender, a willingness to accept the world as it was, and to find strength in the things that could not be controlled. One evening, as James sat in front of the fire, the wind howling outside, he couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet pride. It wasn't the pride of conquering the land or overcoming every obstacle. It was the pride of knowing that he, like the others, had learned to survive here, not by fighting against the land, but by working with it, by respecting its rhythms. It was a humility he had not expected to find in the West, but one that had become essential to his life on the frontier. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing everything in silence. The world had become a place of quiet beauty, a place where survival depended not just on skill or strength, but on the quiet understanding of nature's ways. And as James sat there, warmed by the fire and surrounded by the peacefulness of the settlement, he knew that this was only the beginning. The West, with all its harshness and beauty, had become a part of him. Chapter 7. A Night Under the Stars. Memories of the everyday. The day had been long, marked by the steady rhythm of work that defined the settlers' lives. James had spent the day chopping wood, helping the others prepare for the coming cold, and gathering whatever food could be salvaged from the dwindling stores. The bitter winds had cut through the landscape, but the work had been necessary, the need to survive pressing on all their shoulders. As the evening fell, however, a quiet peace settled over the village. The fires burned low, and the usual hustle and bustle of the day gradually faded into the soft murmur of the night. James found himself sitting outside his small cabin, wrapped in his thick coat, staring up at the sky. The stars had begun to appear one by one, piercing the dark canvas above him. For the first time since his arrival, he found himself struck by how different the night sky looked out here. Back east, the stars had been distant, veiled by the haze of city lights and the fog of constant movement. But here, in the wide openness of the west, the sky felt closer, almost within reach. The stars shimmered with the brilliance he had never seen before. They seemed to stretch on forever, filling the heavens with their light, untouched by the noise of the world below. Around the fire, a few of the villagers had gathered, their voices low and steady, wrapped in the comfort of familiar company. Martha, Luke, and Eleanor were all there, their faces glowing in the flickering light of the fire. The cold air made their breath visible, but they all sat in the warmth of the fire's embrace, wrapped in blankets or coats, their eyes following the steady rise of the stars above. It was the kind of night that seemed made for memories, quiet, still, with the vastness of the land around them, as if the world itself had paused to catch its breath. The fire crackled, sending up occasional sparks into the cool air. James leaned back slightly, his eyes never leaving the sky, as a sense of calm washed over him. Here, surrounded by the people who had become his new family, he felt an unspoken connection to the land, to the stars, and to the memory of what he had left behind. It was Martha who spoke first, breaking the silence that had settled over the group. Her voice was soft but clear, like the distant chime of a bell. "Do you ever miss it?" she asked, her eyes distant as she stared into the fire, her face momentarily shadowed by the flickering flames. "The life you left behind?" James glanced around at the others, their faces illuminated by the firelight, and felt the weight of her question settle in. He thought of his family, his old farm back east, the familiar sights of the old stone house, the sounds of the bustling town square, the smell of fresh bread baking in his mother's oven. He had left so much behind when he came to the West, but those memories, his home, his family, never truly left him. "Yes," James replied after a pause, his voice low, almost reluctant. "Sometimes I do. I think of the way things used to be, of how simple everything seemed. My family, the farm, the familiar faces. It's hard to let go of all of that. The others were silent for a moment, their gazes drifting toward the stars as though searching for something in their own memories. It was Eleanor who spoke next, her voice steady, but laced with the kind of quiet wisdom that only came from years of experience. "I miss the East, too," she said, her eyes glinting in the firelight, "the sounds of the river, the warmth of the old house, the smell of the seasons changing. But when you come out here, you learn that it's not just about the things you left behind. It's about finding peace in the now, about making a place for yourself in a world that doesn't wait for anyone." James thought about her words, letting them settle in his mind. The West had been a place of raw potential when he first arrived, a place of uncertainty, of hardship, of the unknown. But he was beginning to see it differently, not just as a place to survive, but as a place where he could find something more. It wasn't just about the land or the people or the struggles. It was about peace, the peace that came after a long day of hard work, the peace found in the quiet moments beneath the stars. Luke, ever the storyteller, leaned forward, his face illuminated by the flickering firelight. "You know," he said, his voice slow and measured, "I've traveled a lot of places in my time, seen a lot of things. But there's something about the night out here that's different. You can't quite explain it, but there's a feeling in the air, like you're a part of something bigger, something ancient." He paused, letting his words hang in the air for a moment before continuing. "When I was younger, I'd sit under the stars just like this, sometimes with my brother, sometimes alone, and I'd think about the days ahead, what was out there waiting for me, what kind of life I'd make for myself." He paused again, his eyes narrowing as if searching for something in the vast sky above. "I didn't know then, but I was looking for the same thing we all are, peace, a place to call home." James felt a knot loosen in his chest as he listened to Luke's words. He thought about the days when he had first arrived, full of doubts, fears, and uncertainties. He had come to the West to start over, to escape, to find something different. But now, as he sat around the fire with these people, he understood that what he was really searching for was much simpler. A place to rest, a place to find peace after the struggles, a place where he could finally feel at home. The fire crackled softly, sending a few more sparks up into the night air. The conversation drifted into a comfortable silence as everyone settled back, gazing up at the stars, each lost in their own thoughts. The wind had picked up slightly, rustling the branches of the nearby trees, but it didn't matter. For tonight, the worries of the world could wait. The land had become a part of them, as had the stars, constant, eternal, and always there. James looked up at the sky once more, feeling a connection to the vastness of it all. The stars sparkled brightly above, scattered like diamonds across the infinite expanse. For the first time since he had arrived, He felt as if the West was no longer just a place of survival. It was home, and in that moment, beneath the stars, he understood that peace could be found even in the most unlikely places. Chapter 8. The Melody of Rain. How Nature Brings Peace. It had been days since the clouds had gathered on the horizon, thick and dark, warning of something none of the settlers had dared to hope for. Rain in the Wild West, where dry winds swept across the plains for months on end. Rain was more than just a weather event. It was a blessing, a life-giving force that could restore the land, nourish the plants, and breathe new life into a world that often seemed parched and barren. The day the rain finally came, it arrived without warning. The wind had picked up in the morning, the air heavy with the scent of dust and anticipation. As the afternoon wore on, the clouds thickened, and the silence that had settled over Oak Hollow deepened. The usual sounds of the village, the clatter of tools, the murmur of voices, faded as if nature itself was holding its breath. Then, just before the sun dipped below the horizon, the first drop fell. It was a small, almost imperceptible drop at first, but then the sky seemed to burst open. The rain fell in a sudden, steady rhythm, the sound of it like a soft, steady drumbeat against the earth. It was as if the land itself had sighed in relief. The weight of the drought finally lifting, the rain came down in torrents, soaking the dry earth, turning the dirt paths into soft, muddy trails. The air, once dry and harsh, was now filled with the sweet scent of wet earth, the fragrance of the land being reborn. James stood outside his cabin, gazing up at the sky, feeling the rain cool his face as it fell in a steady rhythm. The first drops that hit the ground were absorbed almost instantly, the earth drinking it in as though it had been starving. The trees, their branches still heavy with the dust of the past weeks, seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief as the rain washed over them. The leaves shimmered with the moisture, their colors deepening as the rain nourished them. It was a sound that James hadn't realized he had been missing. The soft patter of rain on the earth, the gentle rhythm that seemed to slow time, bringing with it a sense of peace that was hard to describe. He stood there for a long while just listening, feeling the rain soak into his clothes, running down his face like a baptism, washing away the worries and dust of the days before. The village had come to life in response to the rain. Martha, who had been in her shop, stepped outside with a smile, her face turned toward the sky as the rain fell in sheets around her. "A blessing," she said softly, her voice filled with the quiet joy. "We've been waiting for this for so long." The others gathered in small groups around their cabins, some standing in the rain, some huddled around the warmth of the fire inside, but all of them sharing the same quiet satisfaction. Even the children, who had been restless during the long dry spell, ran joyfully through the puddles, their laughter rising in the cool air. It was a simple pleasure, but one that seemed to lift the spirits of everyone in the settlement. James watched as the land responded to the rain. The grass, once brown and brittle, began to straighten, turning green again as it drank deeply from the earth. The garden beds around the cabins began to swell with new life, the plants pushing up through the wet soil, their leaves gleaming in the light of the storm. The rain had done what no amount of hard work could accomplish. It had given the land a second chance. Over the next few days, the rain continued, though it slowed to a gentle, steady drizzle. The earth became soft and pliable, and the air was cool and crisp, filled with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil. The rhythm of life in Oak Hollow slowed in a way. The usual busy activities of the settlers, chopping wood, hunting, gathering, became quieter, softer. There was a sense of reverence in the air, a shared acknowledgment that the land had been given a gift, and they were a part of it. James found himself spending more time outside during the rain, walking through the fields, letting the water fall on him, feeling the connection to the earth grow stronger with each passing moment. There was a peace in the rain that he hadn't anticipated, a stillness in the air that seemed to quiet everything inside of him. It was as if the rain had washed away not only the dust from the land, but the noise from his mind. The world seemed simpler somehow, slower, more connected. He thought about the way life had felt before Oak Hollow, before the harshness of the West had settled in. Life in the East had been predictable, structured, and filled with the constant hum of society. But here, the rhythm of the land was different. It was more about survival, about working with the land rather than fighting against it. The rain, though brief, reminded James of the fragile balance that sustained life in the West, the way the earth could give and take in equal measure, and how much the settlers depended on the kindness of nature. As the rain fell, James sat outside, his back leaning against the rough-hewn wood of his cabin, listening to the sound of it. There was something deeply restorative about it, a reminder that, even in the hardest of times, the land would offer what it could. It wasn't always a guarantee, and it wasn't always easy, but the rain was a promise that life would return, that the earth would heal, that there was always hope for a new beginning. The rain, like life in the West, came in cycles, unpredictable, but always necessary. It was a reminder of the power of nature and of the peace that could be found when you learned to accept what the land gave you. And as the storm began to subside, and the clouds parted to reveal a sky full of stars once more, James knew that this was only one moment in the many that would define his life in the West. But for now, it was enough. Chapter 9. The Treasures of the Desert. Searching for water and life. The land of the West, vast and arid, had a way of revealing itself slowly, like an ancient puzzle that needed careful unraveling. The settlers in Oak Hollow had come to know this land, its promises and perils, but there was one challenge that stood above all others: the search for water. In a place where the earth could be as unforgiving as it was beautiful, the quest for water became not just a necessity, but a lifeline, the very thing that separated life from death. James had been in the West for almost a year now, and though he had faced hardships before, the cold winters, the isolation, the struggles of survival, the desert still held its power over him. The dry winds, the parched earth, the sky that seemed to stretch on forever with no promise of relief, all served as constant reminders that the desert could be a harsh and demanding teacher. Water was something to be treasured here, something that could slip through your fingers just when you needed it most. And when you found it, you treated it like a treasure. The rains had come and gone, and though they had brought life to the land, the desert had returned to its dry, desolate state. The water in the streams had begun to dwindle again, and the rivers, once full and swollen, had receded back into their banks, leaving behind nothing but sand and stone. The wells around Oak Hollow had been dug deep, but they too were running low, and it was becoming clear that the people of the village would need to venture farther out into the desert to find a more reliable source of water if they hoped to survive the coming months. It was with this thought in mind that James and a small group of settlers set out on one of the most important journeys they had ever undertaken. The day had begun early, just as the first rays of light touched the peaks of the distant mountains. The air was already warm, but not yet unbearable, and the horses were eager to move, their hooves kicking up small clouds of dust as they trotted along the worn path. The journey would take them far into the desert, toward a distant dry creek that some of the older settlers had mentioned. A place where, if they were lucky, they might find an underground spring, or, at the very least, a reservoir of water hidden beneath the surface. As they rode, James couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It wasn't just the desert itself that caused the anxiety. It was the uncertainty of it all. They had no guarantee that they would find water, no certainty that their journey would end in success. There was no turning back once they had committed themselves to this path. And yet, the need for water outweighed any fear. Without it, the settlement would not survive, and Oak Hollow would become another ghost town, swallowed by the unforgiving land. The sun climbed higher in the sky as the hours passed, and soon the group had crossed the first stretch of flat, barren desert. The land here was cracked and dry, the heat radiating off the earth like a furnace. James wiped the sweat from his brow and squinted against the harsh light, his thoughts drifting back to the village. There, life had been easier. There had been the comfort of the familiar, the sound of children playing, the warmth of the fire at night, the soft rhythm of everyday life. But now, as he ventured farther into the desert, it felt as though that world had receded, leaving him with only the vast emptiness of the land and the relentless pursuit of something as essential as water. They rode for hours, each mile feeling like an eternity, the landscape unchanged, the dry earth stretching on forever. There were no trees here, no shade, only the occasional rock formation that jutted out of the earth, offering a brief respite from the sun. The group had stopped once to let the horses drink from a small stagnant pool they had found, but it was nothing more than a mirage of the life they were searching for. The water had a bitter taste, and they knew it wouldn't last them long. As the afternoon wore on, the heat became oppressive. The sun hung in the sky like a cruel overseer, casting long shadows across the land, but offering no relief from its blistering rays. The horses were tired, their pace slowing, their once vigorous gait reduced to a slow plod. James could feel the exhaustion settling into his bones. It wasn't just the heat that wore him down. It was the weight of the journey itself, the sense of isolation, the constant reminder that they were pushing the boundaries of their survival. Finally, just as hope seemed to be slipping away, they reached the dry creek. The land around it was as barren as the rest of the desert. But as they approached, James could see something in the distance, a faint shimmer, a glint of light that seemed to rise from the earth itself. His heart quickened. He had heard stories about such places, the rare spots where water bubbled up from deep below the surface, where the land gave up its secrets to those who were patient enough to search for them. And there it was, a small pool of water, its surface shimmering like a mirror in the sun. The group dismounted quickly, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten as they rushed to the edge of the pool. The water was clear, cool to the touch, and most importantly, it was fresh. James knelt down, cupping his hands to scoop up the water, and drank deeply. The cold liquid was like a balm to his parched throat, and for a moment he could almost forget the desert's harshness, the unrelenting sun, the long journey that had brought him to this point. They filled their canteens, knowing that they couldn't linger here for too long. The desert was still a harsh and dangerous place, and they had no idea how long the water would last. But for now, in that brief, fleeting moment, the land had given them a gift, a treasure far more precious than gold, water, the very thing that made life possible. As they prepared to leave, James looked around the desert one last time. The land, which had once felt so distant, so indifferent, now seemed different to him. There was a quiet power in it, a rhythm that had to be understood, a harmony that had to be respected. The desert was harsh, but it was also alive, and in its own way, it gave back to those who learned to listen. The journey back to Oak Hollow was just as grueling as the journey out. But with the knowledge that they had water, that the settlement would survive for another season, the group felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were not just survivors anymore. They were part of the land, learning to live with it, to work with it, not against it. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, James took a deep breath, feeling the cool desert air fill his lungs. The quest for water had been a struggle, but it had taught him something important. In the West, nothing was given easily and nothing was certain. But if you learned to read the land, to trust in its rhythms, it could provide. The treasures of the desert weren't always visible to the naked eye, but they were always there, waiting for those patient enough to seek them out. And so, with the precious water sloshing in their canteens, the group turned their faces back toward Oak Hollow, the small settlement they had come to call home. They had faced the desert and won, and in doing so, they had learned one of the most important lessons of all. Survival was not just about finding the land's treasures, but about learning how to listen to its silence. Chapter 10. Winds on the Plains, Battling Storms, and the Elements. James had learned many lessons since arriving in the West. Lessons about survival, about patience, and about the harshness of nature. But nothing had prepared him for the power of the winds that swept across the plains. There was something both awe-inspiring and terrifying about them. The wind in the west was unlike anything he had ever known. It didn't just blow. It howled and roared, carrying with it the grit of the land and the promise of danger. It was late in the afternoon when the first gusts hit. James had been out in the fields with Luke and a few others, working to reinforce the fences before winter fully set in. The air had been dry and still for days, with only a hint of movement in the breeze. But suddenly, everything changed. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble as the wind began to pick up, growing stronger with each passing moment. At first, it was just a rustling of leaves, then a low moan in the distance, as though the earth itself was preparing for something. The sky darkened with surprising speed, the golden light of the setting sun replaced by the ominous shadow of an approaching storm. The temperature dropped instantly, the heat of the afternoon giving way to a biting chill. The horses began to whinny nervously, sensing the change before anyone else. Luke, who had spent much of his life on the plains, was the first to speak. "It's coming," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper, as if the wind itself might hear him. He turned to the group, his eyes narrowed against the wind. "A dust storm! We need to get back to shelter fast!" James barely had time to process his words before the wind hit full force. It came in a rush, a wall of sand and debris that engulfed them in an instant. The wind howled like a beast unleashed, carrying with it a fine dust that stung the skin and burned the eyes. The air was thick with it, choking off every breath. James pulled his scarf up over his nose and squinted against the onslaught. But it was impossible to see more than a few feet in front of him. The others were already making their way back to the cabin, but James felt frozen in place, caught between the sudden chaos and the instinct to run. The wind was so strong it seemed to knock him off balance, sending his coat flapping violently against his legs. The dust filled his mouth, his lungs, a suffocating blanket that covered everything in a thick haze. "You've got to move!" Luke shouted over the roar of the wind, his hand gripping James's arm and pulling him toward the shelter of a nearby rock outcrop. The others had already reached the cabin, their figures barely visible in the swirling mass of dust. They stumbled toward the shelter, the wind pushing against them with such force that it felt as though the very earth itself was trying to sweep them away. The sand whipped through the air, cutting across their faces like tiny stinging needles. James could barely hear his own thoughts above the roar of the storm, his ears ringing from the intensity of the wind. By the time they reached the cabin, the storm had intensified. The sound of it was deafening, like the howl of a great animal. Inside, the warmth of the fire felt like a distant memory, the cold now seeping into his bones as he huddled with the others. They sealed the door tightly and huddled around the fire, but the storm outside seemed to mock their efforts. The wind rattled the walls, sending occasional gusts of sand through the cracks in the wood. James's heart raced as he tried to catch his breath, but the storm showed no signs of letting up. Luke had said it would pass, but James wasn't so sure. In the West, he was beginning to understand nothing was ever as predictable as it seemed. The storm raged for hours, the sound of it louder than any thunderstorm James had ever known. The wind seemed to bend the earth itself, shaping the landscape, carving out new paths in the sand, while leaving nothing untouched in its wake. The dust continued to swirl, filling the air and sinking into every crevice of the cabin, turning it into a temporary prison. There was no escape, only the waiting, the endurance of a force greater than anything he had ever encountered. When the storm finally subsided, James stepped cautiously outside, blinking against the sudden clarity of the world. The desert had transformed before his eyes. Where once there had been soft, rolling hills, there were now jagged ridges, formed by the wind's powerful hand. The familiar landscape was unrecognizable, changed by the storm in a matter of hours. The sand was thick on the ground, and the air still felt heavy, as though the storm was holding on to the land, unwilling to let go. The aftermath was both beautiful and unnerving. The landscape had been rearranged, as if the storm had swept across the plains like a great sculptor, reshaping the world in its own image. James took a deep breath, his lungs full of the dry, crisp air, but the feeling of vulnerability lingered in his chest. The power of nature, he realized, was not just in the beauty of the land, but in its ability to change everything in an instant. The storm had shown him that. One moment, the plains had been quiet. The next, they had been filled with fury. Luke was already assessing the damage, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of further storms. The horses were huddled together, their tails flicking nervously, but they had weathered the storm well enough. The cabin had survived, though the roof was now covered in a thin layer of sand, and the fence, which they had worked so hard to build, was in disarray. Sections of it now buried under the weight of the desert's fury. "That's the West," Luke said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "You learn quick or you don't last. The wind, the storms, they don't care about your plans. You can't control them, but you can learn to live with them." James nodded, understanding the lesson more deeply than he ever had before. The West wasn't just a place of opportunity or adventure. It was a place where survival was constant, where nature could change everything in the blink of an eye. The wind could bring life or death, depending on how you understood it, how you adapted. The storm was a reminder of the unpredictability that came with living in the Wild West. But it was also a reminder of the resilience that had kept the settlers going. As the storm faded into memory, the air grew still again. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a soft golden light over the land. The once raging winds had subsided, leaving behind a landscape transformed by their fury. The land, though scarred, was still there, still alive, still waiting for those strong enough to endure it. James stood for a moment, taking it all in. The calm after the storm, the beauty in the chaos, and the lesson that the land, though beautiful, would always demand respect. There would be more storms, he knew, more challenges ahead. But as long as he kept his wits about him, as long as he adapted to the rhythms of the land, he would survive. The West had tested him, but he was beginning to understand that the land had a way of making you stronger, even as it tried to break you. And so, with the winds dying down and the sun setting behind the distant mountains, James took a deep breath, ready for whatever the West had in store for him next. Chapter 11. Meeting the Cowboy. The Secrets of the Prairie. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the wide open plains. James had spent the morning working on the farm, tending to the animals and checking the fences. But by midday, he had decided to ride out toward the horizon. The land stretched endlessly before him, and the more he saw of it, the more he felt the desire to understand it fully. Not just the way the earth shifted and moved, but how people lived alongside it, how they made a home out of such an untamed place. As he rode, the rhythmic movement of his horse beneath him felt comforting, a steady pace that matched the quiet beats of his thoughts. The wind rustled through the tall prairie grasses, their golden tips swaying like the ocean's surface under a gentle breeze. There were moments of absolute peace in the prairie, where everything, the sky, the earth, and the wind, seemed to blend into a vast, unbroken harmony. But that peace could be deceptive. James had already learned that the land, as beautiful as it was, could also be unforgiving. His horse's hooves clicked softly against the dry earth, and the quiet of the open expanse made him feel like he was the only one in the world. But just as the solitude began to settle in, he noticed a figure on the horizon, a lone rider, moving with the ease and confidence of someone who had spent their entire life in the saddle. James had heard stories about the cowboys of the West, but this was the first time he had ever seen one up close. As he drew closer, he saw a tall, lean man atop a horse, his hat pulled low over his face, his posture relaxed but purposeful. The cowboy was dressed in worn but well-maintained clothing, a faded shirt, a leather vest, and a bandana tied around his neck. His boots were dusty from long hours in the saddle, and his saddle too bore the marks of years of hard work. He looked like someone who had lived with the land, not just on it. The cowboy looked up as James approached, tipping his hat slightly in greeting. His face was weathered and tanned, but his eyes, bright and alert, had a calmness about them, a quiet knowledge of the land that James couldn't quite place. "Afternoon," the cowboy said, his voice deep but warm, the kind of voice that could only come from a life spent in the open air. "You out here to see the sights or get some work done?" "I was just riding out," James replied, adjusting his reins. "I've been working the farm, but I wanted to get a better sense of the land, get to know it a little more." The cowboy nodded, as though he understood exactly what James meant. "It's a good place to learn if you've got the patience for it. The land'll teach you, but it don't do it kindly. You need to listen closely." James, intrigued, dismounted and walked toward the cowboy, who was now tying his horse to a nearby fence post. There was something about the way the man moved, with an ease, a familiarity that came from years of living with the land, not just in it. James felt a pull to understand that way of life, to learn what it meant to be truly connected to this wild place. "I've heard a lot about the cowboys around here," James said, his curiosity piqued. "How you manage the herds, how you live out here. It's hard to imagine what it's like." The cowboy chuckled, the sound rich and genuine. "Well, I could tell you all about it, but the land does a better job of teaching than any words I could say. It's a way of life, sure enough, but it's not just about cattle. It's about the rhythm of the land, the wind, the grass, the sky. They all have their say in what happens next." He leaned against the post, watching James closely. "Out here, we don't just manage cattle. We manage everything. The herd, the weather, the land. You learn to read it all and the signs of rain, the movement of the animals, the way the wind shifts. It's all connected. And if you don't listen, you'll miss something important." James nodded, trying to absorb what the cowboy was saying. He had seen the cattle in the distance grazing on the sparse grass of the prairie, but he had never really understood what it took to manage them. It was more than just moving them from place to place. It was about understanding the land and its rhythms, the way nature worked together. And the cowboy, it seemed, had that understanding down to an art. "I can see that now," James said slowly. "It's not just about the cattle. It's about living in tune with the land, but it must be hard sometimes." The cowboy's eyes softened as he looked out over the plains, the endless stretch of grass and earth that seemed to go on forever. "It's hard, yes, but it's worth it. This land, it's a tough one. It'll break you down if you let it. But if you learn to work with it, well, that's where the magic happens." The wind blew gently across the plains, rustling the tall grasses and carrying the distant scent of sagebrush. James stood in silence for a moment, letting the vastness of the land settle over him. He could see now, in a way he hadn't before, how the cowboy's life was tied to the land in a way that couldn't be easily described. It wasn't just about surviving. It was about respecting the rhythms, learning to read the signs, and knowing that every day was a new lesson. "I've got to get back to the herd," the cowboy said after a moment, straightening up and adjusting his saddle. "There's always work to be done. You do well to learn the ways of the land, but you've got to have patience. Things don't always go the way you expect." James nodded, a sense of respect growing in him for the cowboy and the life he led. "Maybe I'll come out and learn from you sometime," he said. "I could use some of that patience." The cowboy smiled, tipping his hat again. "Anytime, son. Just remember, the prairie doesn't rush, and neither should you. Learn to move with it, and you'll find your way." As James watched the cowboy ride off toward the horizon, he felt something stir deep inside him, a quiet understanding that life on the prairie, like the cattle and the land, had its own rhythm, and if he could learn that rhythm, he would find his place in this wild world, just as the cowboy had. He watched the cowboy disappear into the distance, the wide open plains swallowing him up. For a moment, the world felt simpler. The wind, the sky, the earth, they were all part of something bigger, something older than anything he had ever known. And for the first time, James truly felt as though he was beginning to understand it. Chapter 12. By the Lantern Light. Evenings. By the fire. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a sky streaked with soft hues of orange and purple, fading into the velvety black of night. The air had cooled, the heat of the day now only a memory, replaced by the comforting chill of evening. The land, once stark and unforgiving, now seemed peaceful, calm. The wind had slowed to a soft murmur, the rustling of the prairie grasses, the only sound to break the quiet. James found himself sitting by the fire, the warmth of the flames flickering in front of him. casting long shadows across the ground. It was the same fire he had come to depend on night after night, the one constant in a world that had so often felt unstable. The fire, with its crackling embers and dancing flames, was more than just a source of heat. It was a place of gathering, a symbol of comfort and community in a land that often seemed too vast to conquer alone. The settlers of Oak Hollow, though spread across the land and separated by miles of rugged terrain, had learned the importance of coming together in the evenings. After a long day of work, of tending to the fields, the animals, or the home, the fire became the center of their lives. It was a place to rest, to share stories, to laugh, and to find a sense of belonging. In the warmth of the firelight, the hardships of the day seemed to fade away, replaced by the simple joy of companionship. James watched as the others gathered around the fire, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns hanging nearby. Luke, with his weathered face and quiet demeanor, was already there, leaning back against a log, his boots resting against the earth. Martha joined them, her usual calm and sharp eyes softened by the warmth of the fire. Eleanor, the older woman who had spent years on the land, sat quietly beside the others, her hands busy with some small task, though her gaze often drifted to the flames, lost in thought. The conversation flowed easily, the rhythm of their words like the crackling of the fire, steady, comforting, familiar. As the evening progressed, the sounds of the outside world grew quieter, as if the land itself was settling in for the night. The prairie, with its wide-open spaces and endless horizons, could be overwhelming at times. But here, by the fire, everything felt contained. There was a sense of peace in these moments, a sense of home that transcended the difficulties they had faced during the day. "So, what's been happening over in the north pasture?" Luke asked, his voice deep and rich, the kind that seemed to carry easily over the crackling of the fire. Martha chuckled softly, her eyes glinting in the firelight. "Oh, don't get me started," she said with a smile. "The cattle have been wandering off again. One of these days, I'll get those fences fixed for good." Eleanor joined in, her voice soft and steady. "It's the nature of the land," she said. "The animals, they know what they need. It's our job to keep up with them." The conversation ebbed and flowed, casual and comforting, as the group shared the day's events, their voices weaving together in the stillness of the evening. But as the night wore on, the talk gradually turned to something deeper. The struggles of the West were always present in their lives, but around the fire there was a sense that they were not alone in them. They had each other. And in those quiet moments, when the world outside seemed so vast and empty, that connection became more important than anything else. At some point, the conversation faded into silence. The fire crackled softly, sending little sparks up into the air, where they vanished into the blackness of the sky. The stars, like silent witnesses, looked down upon the gathering, twinkling softly in the cool night air. There was something sacred about the silence of the prairie at night, a stillness that could be overwhelming at first, but in the company of others it became something comforting, a shared space where no words were necessary. James found himself lost in the quiet, his thoughts drifting in and out as he stared into the flames. He thought about how far he had come since arriving in Oak Hollow. The West had been so intimidating at first, vast, wild, and unknown. But here, by the fire, surrounded by people who had made the land their home, he felt a deep sense of belonging. The challenges of the day, the work, the struggles, the isolation, seemed so distant in these moments. It was as if, for just a few hours, the weight of it all could be set down, forgotten, and the simple act of being together made everything lighter. Eleanor, sensing the shift in the mood, broke the silence with a gentle, almost imperceptible smile. "You know," she said, her voice low and measured, "sometimes I think the best part of the day is right here, right now, when everything else falls away and all we have is each other." The others nodded in quiet agreement, their faces softened by the warmth of the fire, their eyes reflecting the flickering light. James felt something stir in him at her words. It was true. The world outside might be wild and unpredictable, but here, in the circle of the fire, there was peace. There was home. "Let's sing a song," Martha suggested after a moment, her voice a gentle invitation, something to mark the end of the day. And so the singing began, soft at first, as if the very earth itself was listening. The song was simple, a folk tune passed down through generations, its melody carrying in the cool night air. The others joined in, their voices blending together, rising and falling in harmony. The words spoke of the land they had come to love, of the hardships they had overcome, and of the quiet joy found in the small moments. Moments like this one, by the fire, with the stars above and the warmth of each other's company. For a few hours, the world outside faded. The land, with its vast emptiness, seemed to shrink into the background, leaving only the fire, the music, and the people gathered around it. James realized that despite all the challenges of life in the West, it was these moments, the evenings by the fire, the shared stories, the laughter, and the songs, that gave him the strength to face the next day. It wasn't just the warmth of the fire that made these nights special. It was the warmth of the community, the bond between them all that made the harshness of the land bearable. Here, by the lantern light, with the fire crackling and the stars above, they had created something more than just a settlement. They had created a home. And for James, that was all that mattered. Chapter 13. The First Harvest. Gratitude for the land. The air was thick with the scent of earth and ripening crops. The first taste of the harvest season. James stood at the edge of the field, his hands resting on the worn wooden handle of the sickle. the blades glinting in the soft morning light. He had worked the land for months now, planting, tending, waiting, and now, as the golden light of the early morning spilled across the fields, the time had come to reap the fruits of his labor. It wasn't much, not yet. The West was a land of long waits and hard work, but in this moment, standing in the midst of his small farm, James felt the weight of the soil beneath his feet in a way he had never felt before. The soil had become something more than just earth. It was a living thing, a partner, a teacher, a keeper of promises. It had tested him, yes, and at times it had seemed like nothing would grow. But now, as he looked over the rows of corn, wheat, and vegetables stretching before him, he saw the result of his patience, his perseverance, and his faith in the land. It was a modest harvest, to be sure. The crops were uneven, the plants struggling against the harsh elements of the West. But they were here, and that was enough. For a moment, James simply stood there, taking it all in. The sun was still low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the rows of crops, the earth beneath him soft and rich with promise. There was something sacred about this moment, about the way the land had given, about the way the small seeds of hope he had planted had now sprouted into something tangible. The first harvest was a turning point. It was more than just food. It was a symbol of survival, of the connection between a person and the land, of the quiet strength that came from working in harmony with the earth. James had not expected it to be easy, and it hadn't been. There had been days of drought, days of uncertainty, and moments when he thought he might have to give up. But now, standing in the field, the fruits of that hard work were undeniable. He picked the first stalk of corn, its kernels golden and full, the cob heavy in his hand. There was something almost reverent in the way he held it, the knowledge that this small victory was his, the result of his labor, his sweat, and the guidance of the land. The land, after all, didn't simply give. It demanded respect. It demanded patience. It demanded hard work. And in return, it offered its bounty, but not easily and not without cost. The West was a place where nothing came without sacrifice. But when it did come, when the harvest finally arrived, it was something to be grateful for. James turned to see the others approaching, their faces tired, but full of quiet pride. Luke was there, his hat pulled low over his brow, his boots heavy from a long day's work. Martha, always practical, was carrying a basket, ready to gather the fruits of the land. Eleanor, too, had come out to witness the harvest. She had seen many seasons come and go, but there was something in her eyes now, something soft, that reflected the importance of this moment. "We've done it, James," Luke said, his voice steady, filled with a quiet sense of accomplishment. "You've done it. Look at this. It's more than we had last year." Martha nodded, her gaze sweeping over the field. the land gives in its own way," she said, her voice full of understanding. "Sometimes it takes its time, but it always gives back. It's not just about the harvest. It's about learning to trust it. You've done well." Eleanor, her hands calloused from years of work, smiled warmly at James. "It's a good harvest, James. The land has rewarded your patience, but don't forget, it takes just as much as it gives. The West doesn't forget those who don't respect it." James nodded, absorbing her words. He had seen the way the land could be unforgiving. The droughts, the storms, the harsh winds. The West could give life, but it could also take it away in an instant. He had learned that, and he had learned it well. But standing there, in the glow of the first harvest, it felt like the land was offering something precious, something more than just sustenance. It was a message, a quiet affirmation that he had found his place here, that he had earned his share of the earth's bounty. The day wore on, and the work began in earnest. They harvested the crops, filling baskets with corn, tomatoes, and beans. The scent of fresh produce filled the air, and the rhythm of the work seemed to bring a quiet joy to the group. There was no rushing this moment. The sun moved slowly across the sky, the light soft and golden, as if the earth itself was savoring the quiet beauty of the harvest. James moved with the others, his hands steady and sure, the weight of the land's promise heavy in his chest. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the fields, the group gathered by the fire, their baskets of food resting beside them. The work was far from over, but for now there was time to rest, time to reflect on what had been accomplished. James sat by the fire, his hands still rough from the day's labor, but his heart lighter than it had been in a long time. The crackling of the fire seemed to fill the silence, and the others, content with the harvest, spoke in quiet tones. The wind, soft now as night fell, whispered through the tall grasses, carrying the scent of the land. There was a deep, quiet peace in the air, a peace that James had come to understand. The West was a place of hardship, but it was also a place of quiet reward, a place where the land and the people were connected in a way that couldn't easily be put into words. It was a relationship built on trust, on patience, and on the willingness to work in harmony with the earth. James sat there for a long time, watching the fire flicker and dance, feeling the weight of the harvest, the quiet joy of the land's gift. The first fruits of his labor had come, and though the future was uncertain, in that moment, James knew one thing for sure. The land had become his partner. It had given him this harvest, and in return, he would give it the respect it deserved. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky above, James felt a quiet sense of gratitude settle within him. The West, with all its challenges, had given him something to hold on to, something to build on. The first harvest was a beginning, not just of food, but of a new life, one that was deeply tied to the land and its rhythms. It was a symbol of hope, of possibility, and of the quiet strength that came from working with the earth day after day. Chapter 14. The Mystery of the Horizon Line. How dreams appear in the distance. The horizon, James had come to realize, was never as far away as it seemed. Each time he looked out across the vast prairie, the distant line where the earth met the sky appeared to be an unreachable boundary, a place he would never quite reach. It was a metaphor for the West itself, an endless stretch of land filled with possibilities, but also full of challenges. The farther he ventured into it, the more it seemed like a world that was both expansive and unknowable. But over time, as the seasons passed and James worked his way through the cycles of planting, harvesting, and surviving, something began to change. The horizon, which once seemed so distant, began to feel more like something within his grasp. The land no longer felt like an enemy to be conquered, but a partner in a long and winding journey. And as that realization settled in, James found himself standing on the precipice of something deeper, a quiet understanding that he could change his life, that the dreams he had once held for himself could become a reality, one step at a time. It was early morning when he first noticed it. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a soft golden light across the land, and the wind was calm, as if holding its breath. James stood on a small rise just outside the settlement, looking out at the expanse of the prairie. The fields of crops were quiet, the trees still, and the distant mountains barely visible through the haze of early light. It was a moment of peace, a moment that seemed to stretch forever, where time seemed to slow down and everything felt possible. James thought back to the day he had first arrived in Oak Hollow, the uncertainty in his chest, the fear of the unknown. The West had felt like a place where he was just a small figure, lost in the vastness of the land. The horizon had been a barrier then, a reminder of how far he had come and how much further he had to go. He hadn't known if he would make it, if the land would ever give him the chance to settle, to build something that could last. But now, standing on this rise, watching the land stretch out before him, James understood something he hadn't before. The horizon was not a limit. It was a direction. It wasn't something that held him back, but something that called to him, beckoning him forward. The land had taught him that progress wasn't always measured in leaps and bounds. It was in the small steps, the daily efforts, the quiet accomplishments that came with each day. It was in the simple act of planting a seed, watching it grow, tending to it with patience and care. It was in the quiet moments when he looked out across the land and realized that he had made something of it, that he had shaped it with his own hands. James glanced down at the ground beneath his feet. The soil, rich and dark from months of tending, had given him the first fruits of his labor. The crops had flourished, despite the droughts and storms, and the harvest had been more than he had hoped for. But it was more than just the crops that had flourished. He had, too. He had learned how to listen to the land, how to read its signs, how to work in rhythm with the seasons. The horizon, once a distant and intimidating line, was now something he felt connected to. It was a goal, a dream that could be realized one step at a time. As he stood there, the quiet of the morning wrapped around him, James realized how much he had changed. The person who had arrived in Oak Hollow was different from the person who now stood on the rise, looking out at the land he had come to love. The dreams he had once held, dreams of a life more fulfilling, more in tune with nature, more meaningful, were no longer distant fantasies. They were becoming reality, not in some grand, sweeping gesture, but in the simple, steady work of every day. He had learned to see opportunity where once there had only been hardship. Every little accomplishment, no matter how small, had led him here. Whether it was fixing a fence, learning how to navigate the land's changing rhythms, or building a connection with the people of Oak Hollow, each of these steps had brought him closer to something greater. The horizon, once an intimidating line, had become a place of possibility. James felt a warmth spread through him as the sun climbed higher in the sky, the golden light spilling across the land. The dreams he had once carried in his heart were no longer distant. They were right there, in the soil beneath him, in the crops that grew strong and healthy, in the way he had begun to shape his own future. And in that moment, standing on the rise and looking out over the prairie, he realized how important it was to see the possibilities in the small moments. The horizon was not some far-off goal to be reached. It was a place that could shift depending on where you stood. With every passing day, the horizon changed. It moved forward, always inviting you to take that next step, to keep going, to build something of your own. James smiled softly to himself. He had come so far since the day he had first arrived, unsure of himself and uncertain of the future. Now he stood there with a quiet sense of pride, knowing that the life he had built was his own, and that it was exactly the one he had dreamed of. The land had given him that gift, but he had earned it, step by step, day by day. The horizon would always be there just ahead, waiting for the next step, and James, for the first time, felt ready to meet it. Chapter 15. The Melancholy of the River. Memories that flow with the current. The river flowed just beyond the edge of the settlement, its waters running slow and steady, winding through the land like a lifeline to something older, something timeless. James sat on the riverbank, his feet dipped in the cool water, watching the gentle current twist and turn as it carried small bits of debris downstream. The quiet gurgle of the river, the rustling of the willows on the bank, and the soft chirp of distant crickets filled the air. The sounds were familiar, soothing in their simplicity, and yet they seemed to stir something in him, something deep and distant. The river, with its constant flow, reminded James of the passage of time. Time had been a strange thing to him since he had come to the West. Back home in the East, time had always been marked by the changing seasons, the rhythms of daily life, the buzz of people and activity that kept everything in motion. But here in the West, it felt different. Time moved slower, more deliberately, and yet it passed just as swiftly. The days blended together, each one much like the last, filled with the same quiet rhythms of work and survival. But when James took a moment to pause, to sit by the river and watch the world unfold before him, he realized how much had already changed. The West, with all its vastness, seemed to stretch time itself. The memories of his past life, the life he had left behind in the East, seemed distant, like shadows in the water, fading as the current of the river carried them away. His family, the home he had known, the quiet streets of his small town, they all felt like pieces of a different life, one that he had once lived but now seemed far removed from the world he was building here. The West, with its open skies and untamed land, had reshaped him just as it reshaped everything it touched. As the river flowed, James couldn't help but think of the people he had left behind. His mother's soft laughter, his father's steady hands as they worked together on the farm, the comforting hum of life in the small village where he had grown up. Those memories had been so vivid when he had first left, so fresh and painful, but now sitting by the river, they felt like echoes, faint, almost unreachable, carried away by the current of time. He hadn't forgotten them, not by any means, but they seemed to belong to someone else, to a time that had passed. And perhaps it was the distance from it all that made those memories seem more like dreams than real events. The river's flow seemed to mirror his own journey, the way he had come out west with little more than hope and determination, unsure of what he would find. Just like the water, James had been swept along by the current, his life shaped by the forces of nature and time, moving forward even when he didn't know where it would take him. And now, sitting beside the river, he realized how far he had come. His life had become inextricably tied to this land, to the rhythms of the earth, the changing seasons, and the quiet moments of reflection. The past was behind him, and though it would always remain a part of him, it was the future that now called to him, a future that he was building here, one day at a time. And yet there was a kind of melancholy to all of it. The river, though gentle, carried a quiet sadness with it, a reminder that all things change, that nothing stays the same. The West had given James a new life, a new world to build, but it had also taken something from him. The familiar comfort of home, the voices of loved ones, the small, simple joys of his old life. Those were things he would never fully reclaim. The West had its own beauty, its own rhythm, its own way of living, but it also had its own kind of loneliness, its own kind of quiet ache, a longing for something that could never quite be reached. The river, with its constant motion, symbolized the passage of time, a time that James had come to understand was both a gift and a loss. The land, harsh as it could be, had taught him so much, but in the quiet moments, by the river's edge, he could still feel the pull of the past, the pull of home. It was a part of him, woven into the fabric of who he was. No matter how far he went, no matter how much he adapted to this new world, the past would always be there, flowing like the river, sometimes calm, sometimes turbulent, but always moving forward. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long golden rays across the water, James stood up, brushing the dirt from his pants. The river would continue to flow as it always had, carrying with it memories and moments, losses and gains. It was a part of the land, just as he had become a part of it. And though the past would always remain a part of him, it was the present, the life he was building here, that would shape his future. He took one last look at the river, the water sparkling in the fading light, and then turned back toward the settlement. The land was his now, his home, and though it had its own kind of melancholy, it also held the promise of a new beginning, one that he would face with all the strength the West had taught him. Chapter 16. The Legends of Cowboys. Nights at the Campfire. The campfire flickered softly, casting its warm glow over the faces of the men and women gathered around it. The sound of the crackling flames filled the air, a steady rhythm that seemed to hold the night together. The wind had calmed for now, but the night still held a chill, a reminder of the vastness of the land, the coolness of the prairie air that swept across the open spaces. The stars above were bright, their light piercing the dark sky, and the silhouette of the surrounding hills loomed in the distance like silent sentinels. James sat with the group, his back leaning against the cool earth, the firelight dancing in his eyes. He had grown accustomed to the nights like these, the long hours spent around the fire with the settlers, listening to the stories of the West, stories that seemed to be as much a part of the land as the wind or the mountains. But tonight, there was something different in the air, a kind of reverence, a respect for the traditions of the land that had been passed down through generations. Luke, the cowboy who had become a quiet mentor to James, sat across from him, his face half illuminated by the fire. His weathered hands rested on his knees, and his wide-brimmed hat was pushed back slightly, revealing the deep lines of his face, carved by years of sun, wind, and hard work. The other settlers were quiet now, their attention focused on Luke, waiting for the stories to begin. "You've heard a few of my tales already," Luke said, his voice low but steady. "But tonight, I'm going to tell you a few more. Stories about the old days, the ones passed down from my granddaddy and his granddaddy before him. Stories of the land, of the cattle drives, and of the men who shaped this place." James leaned in slightly, his curiosity piqued. These were the stories that made the West come alive for him. He had heard bits and pieces before, but now, sitting by the fire, with the wind rustling through the grass and the crackling flames at his side, he felt the weight of history, the connection to the generations that had come before. Luke took a deep breath, his eyes gazing into the fire, as if searching for the right words. "Long before any of us were here, my granddaddy used to ride with a big herd of cattle," he began, his voice carrying the weight of time. "They crossed the plains, pushed westward through storms, through deserts, through mountains, all the way to the railheads. And those cattle, big as they were, they didn't always follow the trail the way we wanted them to. They had their own ideas." He chuckled softly, as if recalling the memory fondly. "There were days when we'd find ourselves in the middle of nowhere, the herd scattered, the sun blazing overhead, and not a sign of water in sight. But you had to keep moving forward. You had to trust the land, trust the animals, and trust yourself. If you didn't, well, you'd lose everything." The fire crackled louder, and the other settlers shifted slightly, drawn in by the rhythm of Luke's voice, the tension in his words. James felt it too, the weight of those old days, the trials of the cowboys who had walked these same plains long before him. "Then there were the storms," Luke continued, his voice growing a little quieter, as if the memory itself demanded respect. "The kind that would roll in without warning, darken the sky, and make the wind scream like a wild animal. You'd have 1,000 head of cattle, and the only thing you could do was ride hard, ride fast, and try to keep the herd together. And if the storm didn't blow over, well, you just kept going. There were no stops, no breaks. You had to endure." Luke paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to the horizon, his expression thoughtful. "It wasn't easy, but it was a life we chose. We didn't do it for the money, not really. It was about the land. It was about the freedom of the open plains, the feeling of being part of something bigger. You see, out here, you're not just a man. You're part of the land itself. The land shapes you, and you shape it." James listened intently, feeling the weight of Luke's words sink into him. He had always thought of cowboys as figures of legend, tough, independent men who rode through the wilderness without a care. But now, sitting by the fire, hearing the stories, he began to understand that being a cowboy wasn't just about cattle and horses. It was about a deep connection to the land, a bond that went beyond survival. It was about becoming part of something timeless. The cattle drives, the days on the trail, they were long and they were hard, Luke continued, his voice growing more introspective. But there was something about those nights around the campfire with nothing but the stars above you and the sound of the wind on the plains that made it all worthwhile. You'd sit with the other men, sharing stories, singing songs, or just sitting in silence, and you'd feel a kind of peace that you couldn't get anywhere else. Out there, you weren't just a man. You were part of something bigger than yourself, and that's a bond that doesn't break. James could almost feel the weight of those nights, the quiet understanding that passed between the cowboys as they gathered around their fires. The West had always been a place of solitude, of isolation. But these stories, these moments of connection, reminded James of the importance of community, of coming together to share not just work, but life itself. There were men who crossed these plains before us, Luke said, his voice softening. Men whose names you'll never hear, who worked the land and lived their lives just like we do now. They had dreams too, of a life on the open range, of a future they could shape with their own hands. But just like us, they found out that the land doesn't care about your dreams. It gives you what it gives you, and you learn to accept it. Luke's words hung in the air, a quiet reminder of the reality of life in the West. The land could be unforgiving, but it could also offer something deeper, a connection to something ancient, something permanent. James had heard about the cowboys before, but now, hearing the stories from someone who had lived it, he understood the weight of their lives, the sacrifices they had made, and the legacy they had left behind. The fire burned low as Luke finished his tale, and the group sat in thoughtful silence for a while, the crackling of the embers the only sound. James looked around at the faces of the settlers, their eyes reflected in the firelight, their expressions thoughtful, as if the stories had unlocked something inside them. It was as if they, too, were part of that legacy, connected not only to the land, but to the men and women who had come before them. The night stretched on, the stars above as clear and endless as the plains themselves, and James realized that, though his journey was far from over, he had already begun to find his place in it. The land, the cattle, the people, they were all part of something bigger, something timeless. And the stories, like the wind on the plains, would carry on, passed down through the generations, shaping the future just as they had shaped the past. Chapter 17. Life on the Farm. The Daily Struggles. The first light of morning would creep over the horizon, soft and pale, before James even opened his eyes. It was always the same. There was no time for leisurely starts here, no time to ease into the day. The farm had its own rhythm, one that had to be followed whether he felt ready for it or not. Each day began with the same familiar routine. The waking moments filled with the sound of the wind, the distant calls of animals, and the quiet hum of life that was constant, steady, and unyielding. By the time the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, James was already up, his boots hitting the cold floor with the same practiced rhythm. The coldness of the morning air greeted him as he stepped outside. The stillness of the world before the day's work began hanging in the air like a delicate veil. The horses would be waiting, already stirring in the barn, their breath rising in small puffs that hovered in the cold morning light. The cattle, too, would be restless, their low calls echoing across the fields as they prepared for another day of grazing, another round of care that would be required to keep them healthy and strong. The morning routine, while familiar, was never easy. There was no room for sloth or idleness on the farm. The cows had to be fed, the fences checked, the fields watered and tended to. The work was grueling, often back-breaking, and there were always more tasks to complete than could be done in a single day. There were moments, of course, when James found himself lost in the simplicity of the work, the steady rhythm of shoveling hay, the soft rustle of the wind through the tall grass, the constant but gentle presence of the land around him. But even these moments, which should have brought peace, were often laden with a quiet pressure. There was no time to rest, no time to linger. The land would wait for no one. Every day it felt as though the farm demanded everything he had. There was a deep, aching tiredness in his muscles by the time the sun began to set, a weariness that seeped into his bones. But there was also a sense of connection to the land that grew stronger with each passing day. The farm had a pulse, a life of its own, and every task, every movement he made seemed to bring him closer to it. Whether it was fixing a broken fence, mending a tear in the barn's roof, or simply walking the fields to check on the crops, James felt himself becoming part of the land in ways he hadn't anticipated. The soil, the animals, the trees, they weren't just things he worked with. They were extensions of the land, and in tending to them, he was learning to tend to himself. Each day was a series of small, steady movements. The rhythm of farm life was not fast, but it was relentless. After tending to the animals in the early morning, there were hours of labor in the fields. The crops had to be watered, the weeds pulled, the soil turned. The summer heat, though not as severe as the desert sun, could still take its toll, leaving the land parched and dry. James had learned to watch the clouds carefully, noting the winds that brought the slightest hint of rain. Every drop of water that touched the earth seemed like a gift, a reminder of the delicate balance of life here. By noon, when the sun was at its highest, the work slowed a bit. The farm would be quiet for a short time, a few moments of reprieve before the next round of labor began. It was during these brief pauses that James would sit under the shade of the old oak tree near the barn, wiping the sweat from his brow, letting the wind cool his skin. The quiet moments were fleeting, but they were precious. He would close his eyes and listen to the sounds around him, the soft hum of bees in the flowers, the distant rustle of the prairie grasses, the low murmur of the creek running nearby. For a few minutes he could forget the weight of the tasks, the endless cycle of work. He could simply be part of it all, the land, the wind, the animals, and feel the subtle, steady pulse of life around him. As the afternoon wore on, the work would begin again, this time in the barn, with the animals that needed tending. The horses, always in need of grooming and care, would be given their daily attention. The cows, too, had to be checked. The herd moved to new pastures, their water troughs refilled. The farm was a world in itself, a place where life was measured not by the clock, but by the needs of the animals and the rhythms of the earth. There was no rest until the day's work was done, no time for luxury or leisure. Even in the quiet moments, there was always something to be done. A fence to be repaired, a tool to be sharpened, a field to be cleared. The long days in the fields, the constant movement, began to blur together, and yet James found himself learning to savor the routine. Each task, no matter how small, became a part of him, a part of the farm story. It was in the bending over to pick weeds, in the careful movement of guiding the cattle to their next pasture, in the shared meals at the end of the day that he felt the connection growing stronger. The land was teaching him, shaping him, and in turn he was learning to shape it. When the sun finally began to dip below the horizon, casting the land in a soft golden light, James would find himself standing at the edge of the field, looking out over the land he had come to know so well. The day's work was done, and though his body ached, there was a sense of satisfaction, a quiet peace that came with knowing that he had given everything to the land. It wasn't just about surviving here. It was about becoming a part of the land story, a story that had been written long before he arrived and would continue long after he was gone. And as the stars began to emerge in the vast open sky above, James would sit with the others around the fire, listening to the sounds of the night. The crackling of the fire, the soft murmur of conversation, the distant calls of coyotes in the prairie. The farm was a place of hard work, of endless struggles, but it was also a place of connection, a place where he could feel the pulse of life, the quiet beat of the earth beneath him. And in those moments, when the world seemed to slow down and everything faded into the background, James would find the peace he had been searching for, not in the distant future, but in the steady, unyielding rhythm of the land. Chapter 18. A Day in the Settlement. A Morning Without Haste. The first light of day gently filtered through the small window, casting a soft, golden glow over the cabin's wooden walls. It was still early, the air crisp and fresh, and for a moment the world outside seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the day to unfold. James lay still for a moment, eyes half open, taking in the peace that surrounded him. There was no rush, no urgency in the air. The land, the settlement, the people, all moved to their own rhythm, a rhythm that was slow and steady, like the passing of time itself. There was no alarm here, no frantic start to the day. The pace of life in Oak Hollow had always been gentle, and that slow, deliberate way of moving through the world had become something James deeply appreciated. He stretched, letting the quiet sounds of the morning fill his senses. The soft murmur of wind through the trees, the distant cluck of chickens, the low whinny of a horse in the barn. It was the same every day, comforting in its consistency, a reminder that life here was simple, but deeply connected to the natural world. Outside, the first few rays of sunlight had begun to warm the earth, casting long shadows across the town. James pulled on his boots and made his way outside, stepping into the cool, still morning. The scent of fresh earth and dew filled the air as he stood for a moment, taking in the familiar view. The small settlement lay before him, nestled in the valley with the rolling hills in the distance. The buildings were modest but sturdy, their wooden frames a testament to the hands that had built them. Smoke curled from chimneys, rising in thin wisps into the sky, a sign that the day was beginning in earnest. As James walked toward the central gathering place, the town seemed to stir slowly, like the waking of an old friend. People emerged from their homes, greeted each other with a slow, sleepy wave, and began their daily routines. There was no rush, no frantic energy. The mornings here were not filled with the noise of traffic or the hustle of commerce. Instead, there was a quiet hum, the sound of simple lives being lived one moment at a time. The aroma of coffee wafted through the air as James made his way to the communal area. The small cafe, which served as a gathering spot for the settlers, was already open. Inside, the rich smell of freshly brewed coffee mixed with the scent of warm bread baking in the oven. Martha, who had become a fixture in the community, was behind the counter, pouring steaming mugs of coffee for the early risers. Her hands moved with practiced ease, her face serene as she greeted each person by name. "Good morning, James," she said with a soft smile, handing him a steaming mug. "You sleep well?" James accepted the coffee, savoring the warmth of the mug in his hands. "I did, thank you," he replied, settling into a chair by the window. Outside, the soft morning light played across the earth, and he could hear the gentle hum of the community waking up. There was something deeply grounding about these mornings. They weren't filled with chaos or urgency. Instead, the day began with purpose, but in its own time. The others slowly trickled in, each person adding to the quiet hum of conversation. Eleanor, her hands already rough from years of labor, entered, nodding a greeting as she joined James at the table. "Morning, James," she said, her voice calm but strong. "How's the farm faring?" "Good, so far," James replied, his gaze drifting to the window. "The crops are coming in well. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting the hang of it." Eleanor smiled, a look of quiet pride in her eyes. "You're doing well. It's a steady work, this life. The land doesn't rush, and neither should you. That's the way of it." The conversation ebbed and flowed, gentle and easy. People drifted in and out, sharing bits of news or simply enjoying the quiet, steady presence of the others. There was no hurry to the morning, no rush to get through the tasks of the day. Here in Oak Hollow, the rhythm of life was simple and unhurried, but it was no less meaningful for it. The work would come, as it always did, but for now there was time to sit, to savor a warm drink, to listen to the stories that filled the air. By mid-morning, the sun had fully risen, and the town had begun to take on a gentle bustle. People went about their work in the fields, the animals needed tending, the gardens needed attention. But still, there was no frantic pace, no sense of urgency. The work was done with purpose, but not rushed. Everyone knew their role, knew what had to be done, and did it with the quiet dedication that came from living in harmony with the land. The community itself seemed to pulse with the rhythm of nature, the steady beat of the seasons, the quiet ebb and flow of daily life. James stood up from the table, feeling the warmth of the coffee settle inside him. As he stepped outside again, the sun was higher now, casting its golden light over the fields. The soft green grass swayed in the breeze, the land stretching out before him as it always had. He took a deep breath, feeling the crisp morning air fill his lungs. The world here felt rooted, steady, and in a way the land seemed to have its own quiet heartbeat, a rhythm that was constant and enduring. The peacefulness of Oak Hollow had a way of seeping into his bones, slowing the pulse of his own heart, reminding him that life here was different. It wasn't filled with the noise of bustling cities or the stress of a fast-paced world. It was simple, yes, but it was also real. Here, life was lived not in the rush of modernity, but in the steady rhythms of the earth, in the care and patience that came with each day. James took one last look around the settlement before heading toward the fields, where the work would begin in earnest. There would be time for the farm, for the animals, for the land, but for now the morning had unfolded without haste. The town, like the land itself, moved with its own rhythm, unhurried but purposeful, full of quiet satisfaction. And for the first time in a long while, James felt at peace with it. The day was just beginning, and there was no rush. He was exactly where he was meant to be. Chapter 19. Forging Luck, Craftsmanship, and Local Skills. The sun had climbed high in the sky, casting long shadows across the small town of Oak Hollow. As the heat of midday began to settle over the land, James made his way down the dirt path that led toward the edge of the settlement. The familiar rhythm of the town, now a part of his everyday life, was buzzing gently in the background. The distant sound of horses' hooves, the murmur of voices, and the clink of tools in the air. But today, his steps were directed towards a place where he had not spent much time before, the local craft shop. As he arrived, he could hear the soft tap of a hammer against metal, the low murmur of conversation, and the steady rhythm of work. The craft shop, like many buildings in Oak Hollow, was modest but full of life. Its wooden walls, worn smooth by years of use, held the scent of fresh wood, oil, and smoke. Inside, the warm light from the window illuminated rows of finished goods, from beautifully molded clay pots to polished wooden tools, each item a testament to the skill and patience of the artisans who had made them. James entered slowly, allowing his eyes to adjust to the dimmer light. The small shop was alive with the hum of craftsmanship. Behind the counter, an older man named Thomas was working at a sturdy wooden table, his hands moving expertly as he shaped a piece of clay into a delicate pot. His rough hands, calloused and worn from years of work, moved with a grace that belied their age. His eyes focused intently on the task at hand. "Good afternoon, James," Thomas said, his voice warm but gruff from years of working in the heat of the shop. He paused for a moment, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. "Looks like you're here to see how things are done, huh? Not much to look at, but everything here's made by hand. All the tools, the pots, the weapons, they're all crafted from what we've got, or what we can trade for." James nodded, taking in the scene before him. The shelves were lined with an assortment of objects, hand-carved wooden spoons, sturdy iron knives, clay jugs, and tools for the farm. Each item, though simple, was made with care, every curve and angle the result of hours of focused labor. The craftsmanship was not the polished perfection of a factory, but there was something about the imperfections, the small marks left by the artisan's hands, that gave the pieces character and depth. These were objects born of necessity, of a life lived in the West, where resources were limited, and ingenuity was everything. "These tools are important," Thomas continued, his eyes gleaming with a quiet pride. "The land demands hard work, and for that, we need tools that last. Whether it's a simple wooden hoe for the fields or a more delicate piece like this pot, every item is designed to serve a purpose. No frills, just what's needed. And if it breaks, well, we fix it, don't we?" James smiled, understanding what Thomas meant. It was a philosophy that permeated life in Oak Hollow. Everything had to serve a purpose. There was no room for excess or decoration here. The land was too harsh, too unforgiving to waste time on anything unnecessary. But in the simplicity of that, there was a kind of beauty, a beauty in the craftsmanship that went into every piece, a beauty in the way each item was a product of not just the artisan's skill, but of the land itself. Thomas picked up a nearly finished pot from the table, his fingers tracing the smooth curve of the clay. "See here," he said, holding it up for James to examine. This was made from the local clay gathered right from the creek bed. The water around here isn't great for drinking, but it's perfect for making things like this. We've learned to make do with what's around us. That's the way of things out here." James reached out and ran his fingers over the pot's surface, feeling the subtle texture of the clay. It was sturdy, the walls thick enough to withstand use, but still light enough to be carried easily. It was a simple object, but there was something satisfying about it, something that spoke to the practical, enduring nature of life in the West. As Thomas set the pot aside and reached for a metal file, James wandered over to the far corner of the shop, where a younger man named Jake was busy working on a blade. The rhythmic sound of the hammer striking the metal was almost meditative, and Jake's focus was absolute. His face was covered in a sheen of sweat, but his eyes never strayed from the task at hand. James watched him for a moment, impressed by the precision of his work. "Jake's got a way with metal," Thomas said, nodding toward the young man. "He's been making knives and blades for years now. Out here, a good knife is worth its weight in gold. Whether it's for hunting, protection, or just cutting rope, we need tools that we can depend on. And Jake's one of the best at making them." Jake paused for a moment, wiping his brow with his sleeve before turning to James. "You need anything sharpened?" he asked, his voice calm, but with the directness that came from years of working with metal. "I can make you a good knife if you'd like. It's what we do out here. We make what we need. You learn to get creative with what you've got." James glanced at the rows of knives displayed on the shelves. Each one was unique, crafted with care and skill, but what struck him most was the thought of how each blade was an essential tool. It wasn't made for show or decoration, but for use, for survival. These weren't just objects. They were a part of life in the West, part of a deeper connection to the land, to the rhythms of work and survival. The tools were extensions of the people who made them, each piece shaped by necessity, by the harshness and simplicity of the land itself. As he looked around, James realized how much the settlement relied on its artisans, not just for the things they created, but for the knowledge and skills they brought to the community. Pottery, metalwork, leathercraft, and carpentry. These were the foundations of life in Oak Hollow. Each item crafted, whether simple or intricate, had a story, a connection to the people who made it and to the land they lived on. The artisans of Oak Hollow didn't just work with their hands, they worked with the land. Every piece they made was a direct result of the resources available to them, of the ingenuity and skill that came from working in harmony with their environment. They had learned to make do with limited resources, to shape the land's raw materials into something functional, something lasting. And in doing so, they had created a life, a community, a future, one piece at a time. James left the shop later that afternoon with a new appreciation for the craftsmanship that surrounded him. The tools, the pottery, the leatherwork, these weren't just products. They were symbols of a way of life, a testament to the people of Oak Hollow and their ability to adapt, to create, and to thrive in the West. The land might be harsh, but it had given them the skills to shape it into something they could call home. Chapter 20. The Silence and Peace of the Plains. Echoes of Old Paths. As the sun began to set over Oak Hollow, the day's heat slowly receded, leaving behind the cool, quiet embrace of the evening. James stood at the edge of the field, looking out across the sweeping plains that stretched out endlessly before him. The landscape, vast and untouched, seemed to draw him in, as it always did. There was something about the plains, the endless expanse of grass, the rolling hills that rose and fell like the rhythm of a slow song, the soft curve of the distant mountains. Something that felt eternal, as if the land had been here long before, him, and would be here long after. The silence of the plains, which had once felt oppressive, now felt like a welcome companion. The world here was quiet in a way that was unlike anything James had known before. There were no honking carriages or the constant hum of human activity, no loud voices, no hurried footsteps. The sound of life in Oak Hollow was subdued, steady, like the quiet breath of the earth itself. The only sounds that broke the stillness were the rustling of the tall grasses in the wind, the distant cry of a bird, and the soft murmur of the creek that wound its way through the settlement. But as evening descended, the quiet seemed to grow deeper. The last light of day clung to the horizon, casting long shadows over the land. The grass, once swaying with the breeze, now stood still like a vast sea of green under the fading golden light. The air grew cooler, and the scent of earth and sagebrush filled the space around him. There was a kind of peace in that silence, a peace that settled deep into James's bones, reminding him of how small and fleeting everything in the world seemed in comparison to the land. As he walked slowly through the field, the crunch of dry earth beneath his boots was the only sound. His hand brushed the tops of the grasses, and for a moment he closed his eyes, letting the sensations of the land wash over him. The cool evening air, the scent of the earth, the soft touch of the grass against his skin. Everything felt still and right, as if time itself had slowed down and he could simply be a part of it. It was a strange feeling, this connection to the land. When he had first arrived in Oak Hollow, the vastness of the plains had intimidated him. It had felt like an endless void, something empty and unwelcoming. But now, as he stood there in the silence, he felt that void was filled with something deeper, something more meaningful. The land had its own language, its own rhythm, and James had begun to learn it. He had learned to appreciate the stillness, the moments when everything seemed to fade away, leaving only the land and the wind and the sky. As the sun sank lower, the sky slowly changed from gold to pink, then to purple, and finally to the inky black of night. The stars, bright and clear, began to appear, one by one, like silent witnesses to the unfolding night. James could see them more clearly here, out in the open plains, far from the lights of any town. The sky stretched endlessly above him, and for a moment he felt small and insignificant, just another person on a vast, ancient land. Yet at the same time, he felt connected to something larger, something eternal. In the stillness of the evening, it was easy to forget that there was any world beyond the plains. It was as if the land had existed for centuries unchanged, untouched. The cattle that grazed on the distant hills seemed like echoes of old paths, travelers who had come before. The wind, whispering through the grass, carried the memory of countless footsteps, of those who had walked the plains long before settlers had arrived. In a way, it felt as though James was merely passing through, a fleeting visitor in a land that had its own ancient rhythms. He sat down on a rock near the edge of the field, his back resting against a weathered tree. The air had cooled further, and the quiet of the plains seemed to settle around him like a blanket. The only sounds now were the soft whispers of the wind and the occasional rustle of grass. In the distance, he could hear the low call of a coyote, its voice stretching out across the night. The world was vast, and its silence was profound, but in that silence there was peace, a kind of peace that came from understanding that though everything changed, the seasons, the people, the crops, some things remained the same. The land would always be here, holding its own rhythm, its own secrets. For a moment, James let his thoughts drift, carried away by the stillness of the evening. He thought about how far he had come, about the life he had built here in the West. When he had first arrived, he had been filled with doubt, unsure of whether he could ever truly belong to this land. But now, after months of hard work, of learning its ways, of becoming part of the rhythms of Oak Hollow, he felt like he had found a place for himself. It was not a perfect place, and the land was still unforgiving at times, but it was home. It had become his home. And as he sat there, in the cool silence of the plains, James realized that this land with its quiet, its beauty, and its vastness, had a way of making everything else fade away. The struggles, the doubts, the worries about the future, they seemed so small, so insignificant in comparison to the land's timeless presence. The West was a place of hard work, but it was also a place where you could find peace, not in the noise of the world, but in the stillness, the space between moments. As the stars filled the sky above him, James stood and walked back toward the settlement, the silence of the plain still surrounding him. The night had a kind of magic to it, a peace that seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the land. And as he walked, he felt connected to it all, to the land, to the past, to the people of Oak Hollow, and to the future that was slowly taking shape. The land would always be there, with its silence and its beauty, its ebb and flow. And for James, it was enough to simply be part of it, to listen to the rhythm of the earth, and to find peace in the quiet of the plains. Chapter 21. Evening Talks, Hopes, and the Unknown. As the sun dipped behind the distant hills and the soft glow of twilight bathed Oak Hollow in its gentle embrace, James found himself drawn once again to the campfire. The air was cooler now, the night creeping in with the first signs of a chill that would settle over the land as the evening deepened. The fire crackled, sending occasional sparks into the crisp air, its warmth a welcome comfort after a long day of work. The community had gathered, as they often did, around the fire. The steady rhythm of the flames seemed to bring a quiet peace to everyone, a space where thoughts could be shared freely, where words flowed as naturally as the wood crackling in the fire. Martha and Luke had already arrived, sitting on the logs beside the fire, their faces softened by the flickering light. Eleanor joined them shortly after, her hands busy with the small task of mending one of the quilts she had been working on for weeks. It was a calm evening, yet there was an underlying hum of expectation in the air. The conversations that unfolded under the stars often carried the weight of the unknown. "Another good harvest this year, Martha," Luke said, his voice steady and warm, but tinged with a note of quiet uncertainty. "But you think it'll be enough for the winter?" Martha took a deep breath, her gaze lingering on the flames before she answered. "I hope so. We've worked hard, but there's always that worry, isn't there? You never know how much the land will give you, no matter how much you prepare. You can plant, you can tend, but in the end, it's the land that decides." James leaned forward, drawn into the conversation by the simple truth of her words. No matter how much effort you put into something, no matter how much hope you pinned on it, the land always had the final say. That was the way it had been since the beginning of time. Nature was both generous and cruel, a partner and an adversary. Out here, on the frontier, it felt especially true. You didn't get to choose your fate. You simply worked with the land, did your best, and hoped for the best. The fire crackled again, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky. The stars, now fully visible, shimmered above, their endless light casting a peaceful glow over the gathering. Despite the uncertainty in the air, there was a comforting familiarity in the warmth of the fire and the quiet company of those who shared the same struggles. "What about you, James?" Eleanor asked, her voice soft but filled with a quiet curiosity. "You've been here long enough now. What are your thoughts on the future?" James hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to put his thoughts into words. The future had always felt uncertain to him. Back home, he had a clearer idea of where his life would go. A routine, a path that was set. But out here, the future was a more fluid thing, shaped by the changing seasons, the whims of the land, and the decisions made in the quiet of each passing day. The West didn't promise anything. It was a place where dreams were made and broken, where everything seemed to rest on the edge of possibility. "I suppose I'm still figuring it out," he said, his voice steady but reflective. "At first, I didn't know if I'd be able to make it here. It felt like I was taking a chance, not knowing what the land would give me. But now, after being here for a while, it feels different, like I'm becoming part of it, part of something bigger." Luke nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting the glow of the fire. "That's the way of it. Out here, you don't just live with the land, you become part of it. It's a tough place, but it teaches you things you didn't even know you needed to know. The land has its own rhythm, its own pace. You can't force it, and you can't rush it." There was a long pause, as if the group was all considering what had been said. The night was silent, save for the occasional crackle of the fire and the gentle rustling of the wind through the tall grasses. The quiet stretched out, comfortable but heavy, as though they were all waiting for something, a word, a thought, a direction. Everyone in the settlement, even those who had been here for years, was grappling with the same uncertainty, the same unknowns that defined their lives. Eleanor broke the silence, her voice low and thoughtful. "It's the uncertainty that bonds us, isn't it? We all came here to start anew, to carve out a life, but we did so, knowing we were stepping into the unknown. And that's something you can't understand until you live it. You think you're just looking for a place to belong, but you're also looking for answers to things you didn't even know you were asking." James nodded, the weight of her words sinking in. It was true. When he had first arrived in Oak Hollow, he had been driven by the desire for a fresh start, a new beginning. But over time, he had come to realize that the West wasn't just about escaping the past. It was about facing the unknown, about confronting fears he hadn't even known he had. The land, with all its beauty and brutality, had a way of making you confront yourself, your strength, your weaknesses, your desires, and your limitations. "You're right," James said softly, his voice filled with quiet understanding. "I didn't realize how much of a gamble this place would be. It's not just the land that's uncertain. It's everything. The future, the people, the life we're trying to build here. But I think that's what makes it worth it, don't you? The uncertainty. It keeps us all moving forward." There was a moment of shared silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. The fire crackled once more, and the flickering light cast warm, dancing shadows over their faces. The night was peaceful, the stars above them infinite in their distance, yet somehow close, as if they were all part of the same grand design. The world outside Oak Hollow seemed distant, irrelevant in this moment. There were no answers, no guarantees, just the quiet companionship of shared struggles and unspoken dreams. "I think," Luke said finally, his voice low, "that the future is built in moments like this. It's in the quiet talks around the fire, in the work we do, and in the people we share it with. We don't know what's ahead, but we know this. We're here, together, and that's something." James looked around at the faces of the people he had come to know so well. There was a bond between them, forged not just by the struggles they had faced, but by the hopes they held for the future. In this small, quiet settlement in the vast, untamed West, they had found something that was as fragile as it was strong. A shared sense of purpose, a shared uncertainty, and a shared belief in what was possible, even in the face of the unknown. As the fire burned low and the stars above continued their silent watch, the group sat together, knowing that tomorrow would bring its own challenges, its own uncertainties. But for tonight, in the peace of the evening and the warmth of each other's company, the unknown seemed just a little more manageable. Together, they could face whatever the future held. Chapter 22. Steps Toward the Sunset. Travelers from Another World. The evening sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the plains and bathing the landscape in hues of gold and orange. It was the time of day when the world seemed to slow, when the heat of the afternoon faded into a cool, tranquil evening. James had just finished a long day's work, his body tired, but his heart light from the satisfaction of a day well spent. The fields were quiet now, and the animals had settled in for the night. The only sound was the soft rustle of the prairie grasses in the breeze. James walked slowly, taking his time, enjoying the peaceful solitude of the land. He had become accustomed to the quiet pace of life in Oak Hollow, where the rhythms of the day were set by the needs of the land. He had learned to appreciate the stillness, the absence of noise and rush. It was a world that felt at times timeless. But as he walked toward the settlement's edge, where the road led off into the wilderness, something caught his eye. A small group of figures appeared in the distance, silhouetted against the fading light of the day. They were on horseback, moving steadily toward the settlement, their figures framed by the glow of the sunset. James paused, curiosity stirring within him. It wasn't unusual to see travelers passing through Oak Hollow, but there was something different about these riders. Something about the way they moved, the way they carried themselves, that suggested they were not the typical settlers or cowhands he had grown accustomed to. As they drew closer, James could see that they were a mix of men and women, their clothing worn but functional. They rode with a quiet confidence, their horses steady under them, their faces serious but not unfriendly. Their presence, though calm, seemed to hold the weight of many miles traveled and many stories untold. The leader of the group, a tall man with a long, dark beard, was the first to notice James. He gave a slight nod of acknowledgment, his eyes scanning the horizon before he turned his attention to James. "Evening," the man called out in a deep voice that carried easily across the quiet air. "We've been on the road for days. Mind if we rest here for a while?" James nodded, stepping forward to meet them. "Of course," he said, offering a friendly smile. "Welcome to Oak Hollow. You've come a long way, I take it?" The man's eyes softened slightly as he dismounted, his boots thudding softly against the earth. "You could say that. We've crossed territories, traveled through lands where the soil is dry and the roads are scarce. It's not easy, but it's the only way we know." The others in the group dismounted as well, stretching their legs after the long ride. There was a quiet intensity about them, as though each one had seen things and experienced hardships that James couldn't quite imagine. They were clearly travelers, not settlers, not farmers. They were people passing through, moving from one world to another, following paths that led to destinations unknown. James studied them for a moment, sensing that they held knowledge of the world beyond Oak Hollow, of places he had yet to explore. "What brings you this way?" he asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. The man with the dark beard looked around, his eyes scanning the settlement before settling back on James. "We're on our way to the next territory," he explained. "The road is hard, but it's what we do. We're traders, travelers. We've seen all kinds of land, some rich, some barren. It's the life we've chosen, but it's not a life for everyone." His words lingered in the air, and James couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The travelers' lives were so different from his own. While he had come to Oak Hollow to build something steady, something that would last, they seemed to live in constant motion, always on the move, following the path wherever it took them. There was something romantic about it, but also something deeply practical. To be a traveler in the West was to accept uncertainty as a way of life, to find your home in the journey itself, rather than in any fixed place. One of the women, younger than the others, spoke up. She was tall, with long dark hair and a look in her eyes that suggested both strength and weariness. We've learned to live with what we can carry. It's a hard life, but there's something freeing about it. We don't belong anywhere for too long. We keep moving. Every place has something new to offer. James couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, though he wasn't sure exactly why. Their life, though uncertain and full of hardship, seemed to offer a kind of freedom he hadn't known. The people of Oak Hollow were rooted in the land, tied to it by the work they did, by the crops they grew, by the animals they cared for. But these travelers, they were not bound by anything. They were free to move, to experience the world in ways that James could only imagine. "Do you ever think about settling down?" James asked, more out of curiosity than expectation. "Finding a place to call home?" The traveler with the dark beard paused, his gaze thoughtful. "We've thought about it," he said slowly, "but there's something about this life, about the movement, that makes it hard to stop. The land is vast, and we've only seen a small piece of it. Maybe one day we'll find a place to settle, but for now, we keep moving." His words hung in the air, and James felt a quiet shift inside him. He had never thought much about life beyond Oak Hollow, beyond the settlement he had come to call home. But these travelers, with their stories of far-off lands and endless horizons, made him realize just how little he had seen of the world. As the evening wore on, the group shared their stories with James, telling tales of places they had visited, people they had met, and the adventures they had encountered on their travels. The stories were filled with mystery and wonder, and James found himself captivated by the experiences they described, the deserts they had crossed, the mountains they had climbed, the rivers they had followed. Each story seemed to expand his understanding of the world, opening his eyes to the possibilities beyond the settlement, beyond Oak Hollow. When the night finally deepened, the travelers gathered their things and prepared to move on, their horses ready for the journey ahead. James watched them as they mounted their horses and rode off into the night, the sound of their hooves fading into the distance. Their stories, their experiences, lingered in the air, filling James with a quiet sense of longing. They were like ghosts of the land, moving from one place to another, carrying the echoes of their adventures with them. As the fire burned low and the last traces of the travelers' presence disappeared into the dark, James stood there, looking out at the horizon. Their lives were different from his, full of uncertainty and possibility, but there was something about them that had expanded his own sense of what the future could hold. Perhaps one day he would follow in their footsteps, journeying into the unknown, finding his own path beyond the settlement. But for now, he felt grateful for the stories they had shared, the glimpses they had given him into a world beyond Oak Hollow. And as the night settled around him, he realized that the West was not just a place to survive. It was a place to explore, to learn, and to grow. There was so much to see, so much to discover, and for the first time, James felt the excitement of the unknown stirring inside him. Chapter 23. A Shared Meal. Dishes that warm the heart. The evening sky had deepened into a rich blue, and the stars were beginning to flicker above the settlement, their soft light spilling over the landscape. A quiet sense of peace had settled over Oak Hollow, the day's work complete and the land now at rest. As the final light of the day faded, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the evening breeze rustled through the grasses. There was something comforting about this time. The day slipping away into night, the promise of food and rest on the horizon. In Oak Hollow, the evening meal was more than just food. It was a time to gather, to connect, and to share not just the nourishment of the body, but the warmth of companionship and community. The small farmhouses and cabins that dotted the settlement each had their own routines. But when it came to dinner, everyone knew that it was a time to come together. No one ate alone, not unless they absolutely had to. And even then, the meal was often shared with a neighbor, a friend, or a stranger in need of company. James had been invited to Martha's cabin that evening, along with a few others from the settlement. Her cabin, though modest, was always warm and welcoming, the hearth crackling with a cheerful fire that filled the room with light. As James entered, he was greeted by the delicious scent of something roasting, a hearty stew, rich with the flavors of vegetables and meat. The table, a large wooden one that had seen countless meals over the years, was already set. The plates, bowls, and mugs were simple, but there was something about the way they were arranged that made everything feel just right. "Come in, James," Martha called from the stove, her voice carrying easily through the warm, cozy kitchen. "Make yourself at home. Dinner's just about ready. You had a long day. You must be hungry." James smiled and stepped inside, removing his boots and wiping the dust from his coat. The warmth of the fire immediately enveloped him, and he took a deep breath, savoring the aromas of roasting vegetables and simmering meat. "It smells wonderful," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. Martha smiled as she stirred the pot on the stove. "It's nothing fancy, just a little stew. But after a long day of work, it feels like a feast, doesn't it?" The other guests had already arrived. Luke, Eleanor, and a few of the other settlers. They were gathered around the table, chatting in soft voices as they waited for the meal to be served. The mood in the room was calm and welcoming, a gentle hum of conversation that made James feel for a moment as though the world outside had ceased to exist. It was just them, gathered together in this small space, sharing not just food, but a moment of peace. As the stew was brought to the table, each person filled their bowl, and the sound of clinking spoons and the soft chatter of voices filled the air. There was something deeply satisfying about the simple act of sharing a meal. The food wasn't extravagant, potatoes, carrots, and a small cut of meat. But it was nourishing, and it was enough. The meal itself was a reflection of life in the West, not about excess or abundance, but about sustenance, community, and making do with what you had. As they ate, the conversation shifted to the events of the day, but it was different from the usual discussions of crops and animals. Here at the table, there was a gentleness to the way they spoke, a warmth in their voices that made everything feel more personal. It wasn't just about sharing stories. It was about sharing time, about being present with one another. Do you remember when we first arrived here, James? Eleanor asked, her voice low and thoughtful as she scooped some bread onto her plate. We were all so uncertain, weren't we? Wondering if we could make it. But now, here we are. A little bit of work, a lot of patience, and we've built something. James smiled. The memory of those early days when he had first arrived flooding back. He had been filled with uncertainty, unsure of what lay ahead. But as he looked around the table now, he realized just how much he had gained, not just in terms of crops or land, but in friendships, in community, in connection. It wasn't the land alone that had shaped Oak Hollow. It was the people who had come together to build it. I didn't think it would be like this, James said, his voice quiet, reflective. When I first came here, I thought it was just about surviving, about getting by. But now, with all of you, it feels like something more, something real. Luke chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling as he reached for his cup. That's the way of it, James. The West doesn't just shape you physically, it shapes you inside, too. It teaches you that nothing lasts unless you build it with others. The conversation continued, but now there was a deeper understanding between them all. The meal wasn't just about food, it was about everything that had come before it. The work, the struggles, the joys, and the shared experience of living in this wild, untamed place. The evening stretched on, the fire flickering low, the meal slowly consumed, but the connection between them all only deepened. There was a moment of silence after the meal, as everyone sat back, full and content. It wasn't uncomfortable, though. It was a silence of satisfaction, of being together, of knowing that in this small act of sharing food, they had created something lasting, a bond forged in the simplicity of their daily lives. "Thank you, Martha," James said, his voice warm with gratitude. "It's a gift, this meal. But it's more than just the food, it's the company, the time we spend together. That's what makes it meaningful." Martha smiled softly, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fire. "It's the simplest things that mean the most, James. Food, community, warmth. That's what makes a place feel like home." And as James looked around at the faces of the people he had come to care for, he realized how true her words were. The meal had been simple, but it had been more than enough. In that shared moment, he felt the true spirit of Oak Hollow, not just the land, but the people who had made it home. It was a place where, no matter how hard the work, no matter how uncertain the future, the evening meal was a constant reminder that they were not alone. They were in this together. Chapter 24. Under the sign of the great sword, the long road home. The first light of dawn stretched across the horizon, casting a golden glow over Oak Hollow and the land that surrounded it. The day had barely begun, but there was already a sense of stillness in the air, as though the world itself was waiting for something. James stood outside his cabin, his boots planted firmly on the earth, his hands resting on the wooden porch railing, as he gazed out across the vast expanse of the plains. The past few years had been filled with challenges and uncertainty, each day bringing its own set of trials. But now, standing there at the edge of the settlement, James felt something different. There was a peace in the air, a quiet sense of belonging that had grown over time. The West, with all its rugged beauty and unforgiving nature, had become his home. The land had shaped him, taught him, and in return he had learned to live in harmony with it. But it was more than just the land. It was the people of Oak Hollow, the relationships he had built, the quiet moments spent around the fire, the shared meals, the long days of hard work. Together, they had created something meaningful, something lasting. And in that, James had found a sense of connection to something bigger than himself. The sun rose higher, casting its light over the fields and illuminating the small houses that dotted the settlement. Everything was quiet. The cattle grazed lazily in the fields, the wind whispered through the tall grasses, and the birds sang their early morning songs. There was a beauty to the simplicity of it all, a beauty that spoke of endurance, of the long road to this place of peace. James took a deep breath, the cool morning air filling his lungs. It was a simple life, but it was his life, and for the first time he felt a deep sense of contentment. The road that had brought him here had not been easy. There had been moments of doubt, moments when he wondered if he could make it, if he had made the right choice in leaving everything behind. But now, standing here, looking out over the land he had come to know so well, he knew that this was where he was meant to be. The journey had been long, and at times it had felt like it would never end. But the road had led him here, to this place, to this moment. He had found a home not just in Oak Hollow, but in the land itself. It had become a part of him, just as he had become a part of it. As he stood there, lost in thought, Luke appeared, walking up the dirt path with a steady, purposeful stride. His hat was pulled low over his brow, and his boots kicked up small clouds of dust with each step. When he reached James, he stopped and nodded in greeting. "You got that look again," Luke said, his voice carrying the calm steadiness that James had come to know so well. The one you get when you're thinking about something big. James chuckled softly. I suppose I am, he said, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. I've been thinking a lot about how far I've come, about what this place has meant to me. I've been thinking about how much has changed since I first arrived. It feels like I've found my place. Luke nodded, his gaze drifting to the same stretch of land that James was watching. The West does that to you. It's not just about surviving, it's about becoming something, finding your place in a world that doesn't care one way or the other. It doesn't promise anything, but it gives you everything you need to make your way. James took another deep breath, letting the weight of those words sink in. He had learned so much from the land, from the people of Oak Hollow, and from his own experiences. The road had been long, but it had led him to something that felt bigger than just surviving. It had led him to belonging, to understanding that he was part of a larger story, a story that was still unfolding. It's not easy, James said quietly, but it's worth it. Every step, every day, every moment of uncertainty. It's all part of the road, and now I can see it. I can see where I fit into all of this. Luke smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with a knowing warmth. That's the way of it, he said softly. It's the hard road that brings you home. And this, right here, this is home. The sun had risen higher now, bathing Oak Hollow in warm golden light. The land was alive with the pulse of the new day, and as James stood there, side by side with Luke, he felt that pulse deep inside him. He had walked the long road to this place, had faced the challenges and hardships, and now he understood. The West, with all its wildness, had given him more than just a new life. It had given him a sense of purpose, a sense of belonging. As the day began, James turned to Luke, a quiet sense of resolve settling in his chest. I think I'm ready for whatever comes next, he said. The journey doesn't stop here, does it? Luke chuckled, a low, steady sound. No, it doesn't, he said. But that's the beauty of it. The road is always ahead of you. It's up to you to walk it. James nodded, feeling a quiet peace settle over him. The journey had not been easy, but it had led him home, to Oak Hollow, to the land, and to a place where he truly belonged. The road was long, but it was his road, and that made all the difference. The sun shone brightly now, the warmth of the day enveloping him as he looked out across the plains. The world was vast, but in that moment, James knew that he was no longer a stranger to it. He had found his place, his path, and though the road ahead was uncertain, he was ready to walk it. And so, with the weight of the past behind him and the promise of the future stretching before him, James took a step forward, his first step toward whatever lay beyond the horizon, under the sign of the great sword that had guided him all this way, home.